Classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
If Height does not win this is such a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
Oh, but he could even lose this. 98!
No, that's too much.
David, I don't know what to say.
I need a moment to recover from that.
This couldn't be right. Oh,
Whoa, Queen H1.
I'm out. I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow.
What a great move.
And then Rook takes G3 back. And the Queen's trapped. That is one of the most amazing Queen traps I've seen.
Oh,
Wait, B5. Oh my gosh. He's losing a piece. And look at him, he looks away, he can't believe it.
Oh my god!
Nihal trying to give checks, but actually now the pawn is moving forward. The pawn cannot be stopped. Bishop d6.
Oh, you win the time!
He loses on time.
What did we just witness? I think that white's position is about to collapse.
Yeah, but he sacrifices again, but
Oh
it's not a
my
sacrifice.
God.
It's a double attack.
Welcome to the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. It is the final quarterfinal here in the 2022 edition. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me today, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. And Danya, we have a great matchup in store for everybody. It's Arjun Erigaisi versus Mohamed Muradli.
We absolutely do, Robert. Good morning, afternoon to everybody. Mohamed Muradli didn't do all that much in this year's JSCC. He only pulled off one of the greatest comebacks in JSCC history against an incredibly strong Grandmaster in Raunak Sadwani. So I am so excited to see him play again. But will he meet his match in Arjun Erigaisi, who is by now a household name for everybody? I can't wait to jump in.
Yes, on paper, Arjun Erigaisi, the heavy favorite. But so, as you mentioned, was Raunak Sadwani, the 2 seed in this bracket. He lost to Mohamed Muradli despite a 5-game head start in the bullet portion. Mohamed, he mounted that comeback. He won in the end. And now we see Arjun Erigaisi, the superstar, the teenage sensation, 2675 and counting as he makes his way towards that Super-Grandmaster level. Danya, on paper, it's all Erigaisi. But Mohamed Muradli, he showed the world that he can put up a test to anybody.
He absolutely did. I mean, he has a different letter before his name. It's an I rather than a G. But at this point, Robert, I don't think anybody cares. He has proven himself over and over again. He'll have to step up his game even further from the last match. But, you know, we've seen some incredible individual performances in this year's JSCC. And we wouldn't be watching, if the favorites always won and if it was always pre-decided.
For sure. And what our insights tell us is that Arjun Erigaisi is not only the higher rated, but also the more experienced player here on chess.com. He has played triple the games that Muradli has. And if you look at that second column, Danya, look who is a little bit more accurate on average.
Yeah, that's actually really crazy. It's Mohamed Muradli. And, the experience level going Arjun Erigaisi's way. And I'm also seeing in our last column here, the losses by flag. That's a little bit concerning. Arjun is incredibly fast, and there is an increment in the JSCC. But Muradli will have to avoid getting into excessive time pressure, especially in the first 2 segments, I think.
Yes, because we know how quick, as speedy these players are. So you want to avoid those losses by flag, as we see in the bottom column. Mohamed Muradli can struggle with that. And we should remind everybody of the 3 different time controls that we will see today. Mm-hmm. We would begin, as always, with the 5-minute plus 1 second increment. We get an hour and a half of that. We are treated to great chess there. Then we get an hour of 3+1. Finally, the bullet for half an hour. And Danya, as we make our way into the smarter chess stats presented to us by chessgoals.com, no surprise really that Arjun Erigaisi is the favorite in all these time controls.
No, but Muradli has a perfect record in the JSCC. So but just from that, we can assume that he's never going to lose another match. No, I mean, we're seeing a 5-4 prediction. That's pretty close. And Smart Chess is predicting that Arjun sort of pulls away in the 3+1. And I always say this, every time, but you have to get off to the right start. I feel like the first 2 or 3 games always have an outsized importance for the rest of the match. And Muradli has shown that it's possible to come back even in the last 15 minutes of the match. But against someone like Arjun, you want to defy those expectations from the very first minutes.
And Muradli has defied all expectations thus far because he probably wasn't even expected to be in this field. We have to remember that he won a qualifier, and not only did he win, he blanked his opponent in the final. It was a ridiculous performance by a player who was ascending, and he won that 3rd qualifier, as you see on the screen in front of you. So he has earned his right here. It wasn't an invitation, it was a qualification, and he's proving that he's here to stay.
Absolutely. And I just feel so blessed to have this many incredible matches. I mean, the qualifiers feel like they were in another era. You know, it feels like the qualifiers were played in the prehistoric times. And I mean that in such a good way because of the abundance and just the amount of incredible matches that we've had. It feels like every stage of the JSCC is its own tournament.
Yes, for sure, because it's hard to even remember sometimes what just happened a few days ago when our newest match is that exciting. And we wouldn't have all this excitement if it were not for our presenting sponsor. So we want to give a shout out to Susquehanna International Group because SIG, they are one of the largest quantitative trading firms in the world. Using strategic games like chess and poker, SIG teaches new hires how to make positive expectancy decisions. SIG promotes a culture of reason, and gaming is a big part of that culture. Visit sig.com/chess to learn more and check out their open jobs. But for now, as the players are getting set, as the matchup is about to begin, it starts at the top of the hour, so we will take a very quick break. And when we return, it's Erigaisi, it's Muradli, here at the JSCC, presented by SIG. And return here as the matchup gets set. The players are seated. They are ready to play. It's Arjun Erigaisi, the 7 seed, taking on Mohamed Muradli, the 15 seed. And Danya, if 2022 has taught us anything, it's that 15 seeds can win a couple of games, or in this case, matches, in a tournament.
They absolutely can, and Mohamed Muradli will have to show that in this match. The openings, I'm always very curious to see what kinds of openings we're going to see, whether we're going to see the same set of openings or whether the players will vary game by game. We've seen both types of matches, and I think What's amazing is that every match, it has its own very unique characteristics. So Arjun, he's very, very dangerous in the opening. And Muradli will have to come prepared, all guns blazing. I know he's a King's Indian player, so let's see what he can bring to the table.
Yes, and we see a G6 start of that Fianchetto, and E4 by Arjun Erigaisi. We have a King's Indian defense, Danya. I know you're thrilled about that.
I'm absolutely thrilled about it. I haven't been a King's Indian player for very long. I've only played it in a couple of games, so I don't know if I'm qualified to speak about it. And a Petrosian variation. Okay, that's an early D5.
Yes, because that gains space for white. It makes sure that Black Knight couldn't go to C6. And Knight G4 played Bishop G5. We expect Pawn F6. And then this Bishop always has a choice, Danya. Arjun quickly goes H4.
He made that decision. Heartbeat. That's faster than I decide what to get at Wendy's. I mean, my goodness.
The games take such a different shape if you retreat the bishop along its initial diagonal versus going on over to H4 like this. So Arjun clearly came in with a game plan. He is now putting pressure on the knight on G4 because otherwise Black would have G5 and after Bishop G3, pawn to H4 to trap the piece.
Yeah, knight d2 is a very typical move, and that knight also redoubles as an attacker on the queen side. Later on, when white plays a3, b4, and white will first have to attend to his bishop once again with f3 or h3, but that knight could participate in the attack from c4 once white pushes the c pawn out of the way. It can put pressure on d6. So this is a classic King's Indian position with attacks on opposite flanks.
Right. And some people will say, attack? What do you mean attack on the queen side, right? The king's on G8. But it actually is very easy to understand how white crashes through, as you point out, going for that C5 push. And Muradli says, ooh, what were you just saying about C5? You're
C5?
not getting that. I'm there first.
Yeah, how dare you suggest that white's going to play c5? I'm beating you to the punch. And lots of decisions by both players in the early going. All these pawn levers, white had the chance to take en passant, which Arjun didn't. Now, the move c5 prevents white from playing c5. What it doesn't prevent white from doing is orchestrating the b4 pawn push, which, Robert, can still be quite dangerous.
For sure. The side that controls the pawn breaks often is the side with the advantage. Although, where is the break in pawn break here? After b takes c5, Black can take back with that knight, and you're open to your rook on b1. That's all good and fun, but you're staring right into a protected pawn.
You're asking the wrong person. I'm not biased at all. Yeah, I'm going to tell you how white's going to break the King's Indian queenside defense.
Yeah, it's just a forcing thing. So I just tell us exactly how it goes down. But as you're pointing out, there is that tactic available to Black. So Queen A4 would be such an annoying move to face if not for the pin on the knight on B5. And all right, Muradli, he's going into the think tank here. He must be considering pawn pushes on the king side. That bishop H4 pinning the F6 pawn means F5 isn't available, but G5 first, then F5 as you're indicating here. That's the break that Black needs.
Right, but the issue, if we pull up the analysis board really quickly, let's say that Arjun castles and Black plays G5 followed by F5. The reason you often want your pawn on G6 and not on G5 is that after the trade, Black, of course, would be able to recapture the pawn. And if he has to recapture with the bishop, then you've created a significant weakness on E4, which very often slows down the pace of Black's pawn store. I mean, even if white moves the rook, it's harder to get G4 in. So lots of choices. Muradli has gone a different route, activating the King's Indian bishop.
And sometimes you even play bishop G5, right? You don't mind in exchange on that square. Black can even double his own pawns with F takes G5, then push that pawn up to G4 and try to crash through. But I think I like the move by Muradli, king to G7. He's in no rush because white's quote-unquote attack on the queen side, it isn't barreling through anytime soon.
No, it's not. And you can see that Arjun is taking it slow. He goes rook b2. And with the white side, I've often refrained from going to these positions precisely because the engine often gives a sometimes quite sizable advantage. And yet, with this pawn on c5, it's, as you said, incredibly hard to crash through. It's frustrating.
Oh, I just wanted to note that speaking of crashing through, it seems that Muhammad Muradli has in fact crashed through to the highest title in chess. His Grandmaster title has just been approved of. When he started this tournament, he was an IM, but no matter when he concludes it, he has that Grandmaster title.
Yeah, so he's essentially a GM elect, and we could tell that even if he didn't have all his norms, it wouldn't take long for him to achieve them. But that's great news. We congratulate Grandmaster Muradli on his new title.
And it's something we say often. And just to give a quick shout out to one of our favorite streamers and content creators like Min Lee, no matter what letters are next to his name, everybody respects his chess and, in fact, fears it very regularly, as we've seen him play Hikaru Nakamura to the tightest of matches in Arena Kings and other events. So, again, Muhammad Muradli, doesn't matter. I am GM. He is a brilliant, brilliant player. Right now, Danya, he is opening up that king side, and H takes G4 is a move that so few people would make because it doubles, isolates those pawns. Those pawns were just becoming undoubled if you took with the bishop, but he wants that open H file.
Right, and you have to understand that when you're a King's Indian player, these surface level things like the health of your pawn structure, the placement of one particular piece, such as the knight on a6, all of that is subservient to your ability to attack on the king side. Like, whatever you do, you have to make sure that the engine keeps running, because if it dies out, if it sputters, that's when you're going to pay the price. On the queen side, and knight takes a7, Arjun fearlessly snatching away that pawn. But look at Black's rook on the open F file. That G pawn can move forward to G3 in some positions. But how do you actually make progress here, Robert? Is there already a sacrifice of some sort?
I'm looking at queen h4, but I'm recognizing you can't do that. So there probably is a sacrifice available. I think knight f3, maybe knight h3 check, because that way you don't clog the f file. And after knight h3 check, if you take there, because if you don't take, knight f2 check's happening and you win material. And if you take here, I believe you can even just take back, open up the g file with queen g5 check coming. And this looks like a problem for that king.
Yeah, that pawn covering the g2 square. But Muhammad, instead, he traded on b4 and shifted his queen up to f6, and that just doesn't seem like the way to punish White's pawn grabbing. I'm not sure. Is he threatening anything? Can White go queen f1 here?
Yeah, queen f1 looks like a reasonable move. And the big threat that Black has is knight takes b4 in some of these positions, because...
Oh, that's right.
Oh, what?
Oh, that's right, because rook takes b4. I suppose there's a check on f2, and then maybe another sacrifice of some sort?
That's what I was looking at, but now I don't even need a sacrifice. Why can't you just say b takes e5? Oh, the knight on a6 is hanging.
Right.
My goodness, I just completely forgot about that piece over there.
Someone's done their puzzle battle in the morning.
Oops. Not my pieces. That's okay if they drop off. So maybe
it's fine.
Is there knight takes b4?
Well, there is knight takes b4. I also think two wrongs might make a right. B takes c5, bishop takes a6 is not the end of the story. What if I just keep grabbing on the queen side? Because remember, your pawn on e4 is going to be hanging if the knight disappears. If the rook moves, there's queen f2. So that might put just the right amount of strain on White's position.
Wow. And that's after you clear that diagonal, the b and c pawns will be gone. So queen f2 check will win that knight back on a7 in these positions as well. So that's really cool.
Oh, whoa. That's super cool geometry.
Unexpected. But all of a sudden, the knight on a7, which has stolen a pawn, it's also a loose piece, and they drop off.
But he's got 48 seconds, and he goes for it as he takes c5 and takes before the knight is hanging. If you take, then as you pointed out, Robert, at the very least, Black can win back the knight, but I'm almost confident, I'd bet a silver dollar that there's more. He moves the knight back, and another pawn falls.
But that's apparently the incorrect move, so he should not have taken the material on e4.
Maybe knight h3 check remains strong. Now queen e1. Ooh, and if the knight moves, the rook's going to get to f2, and you're going to start trading pieces. This could turn south for Black real fast.
Yeah, and the queen covers everything. So like knight c3, White takes that knight and plays rook b7 after the black pawn takes, and f2, f1 both defended, and that means that White can then turn this game around.
Yeah, it's weird how White's pieces are scattered about the board, yet all of them seem to be contributing in the defense of these key f-file squares. Knight moves back to c5. Arjun's got almost a 2-minute advantage on the clock. That could spell disaster for Muradli.
I think it will, and I think he's playing like e4 to open up his queen, or he's just trying to get his queen to the
B3.
dark squares. Yeah, maybe b3 to start with, and he plays. Unfortunately, I called it. Now rook takes b4 can be played, and now it's fizzling out.
Knight d3, can you try? He pushes the pawn, but now at this point, there's just nothing. Knight d3 maybe would have been one last try.
He's going to go for it, but he's lost a bunch of pawns in the process. Now he's down a piece.
Oh, and he forces a queen trade. Muradli flags, but at this point, it's over. A very frustrating game one. He just wasn't able to make the most of that initiative. And it was never easy.
Yeah, it wasn't a clear-cut victory, but he hesitated on the clock and on the board, right? When he made that queen f6 move, he could have played knight h3 check, and you know he's thinking about it. He's a King's Indian player. You're always thinking about sacrificing your pieces for checkmate, and even after obtaining the advantage, I'm not actually sure, Danya, what the winning plan was, so maybe we can go back at some point to figure that out. But he did have the advantage, and I'm sure he was feeling the rhythm of the position.
Sure, let's make a mental note. Perhaps before or right after the halftime break, we could revisit that position because that was a very, very instructive moment.
For sure. And what's going on in this game, Danya, where e4, so like, if black can play c5, knight c6, take over the d4 square, you'd be happy. And instead, Arjun, is he sacrificing a pawn?
I believe he is. He definitely is. And he's sacrificing it multiple different ways. So white can take twice of the pawn. And I guess he's breaking up white's structure and opening up the e file. But where exactly is the comp? So if white just plays cd, ed, ed, what does Arjun have in mind?
Probably your move rook to e8, and then if knight g to e2, then bishop g4 type of stuff. It's getting messy with the c3 knight capturable, the e2 knight being pinned there, the rook on e8 looking down through the black knight to that knight on e2. So I think that's why Mohamed's spending a lot of time. But I think as well, this is going to be his downfall. He cannot spend so much time against Arjun Erigaisi.
And this is a very early trend, I think, that you're pointing out. And it's not too early to point it out. You want to see these patterns. These patterns often reveal themselves in the first couple of games. So he needs to find a way to speed it up. He goes queen b3, so he hits the bishop. He declines the sacrifice. But knight d4, Robert, could become a big problem because you can't take this bishop due to the fork. It's actually kind of a threat.
Yes, and if you start playing like moves like c takes d5, e takes d5, e takes d5, at the end of that, knight d4 will be followed up with bishop f5, and then that knight is getting to c2.
And this is over. I mean, d3, knight takes d5. White's got absolutely nothing developed. The rook is coming to a8. This is resignable. So that's out of the question. But if you don't take the pawn, black threatens. I mean, I don't know if black threatens anything specific. Well, knight d4 and d takes d4 is the actual threat.
Right.
I guess you can play a move like knight g2, but that looks so awkward, Robert. Even d4 in that position. Yeah, looks pretty juicy.
There are positions where you can even play d takes e4 and then leave white saddled with this backwards d pawn. So strategically, black would have the upper hand there. So in fact, after knight e2, d takes e4, you have to take, let's say with your knight, you're not going to get the move d2 to d4, in which means that black has control of that semi-open file, whereas white doesn't have the same on the e file.
This is going downhill quickly. He plays cd. That's a ominous sign, Robert, because he will not survive the position if he opens up the e file.
Well, the one, I guess, attempt he may have is after e takes d5, knight takes d5. We'll see a trade of knights. And what that does is clear the c file. So after a knight d5, pawn takes knight d4, this is move queen c4, which is he's banking on this, that he covers c2, he's attacking knight. Of course, it's a terrible position. There's just rook e8 check, and the king is in trouble. But I don't know what else he's hoping for at this point.
I saw a funny idea. Bishop d7 here. Oh no. And if queen d4, whoop, d3, whoop. And that's the consequence of not having anything developed. All of the squares are unprotected. Okay, so Arjun played knight d4 immediately, which I can understand too. And now d3. Gosh, this is hard to look at. This is really bad.
It's bad, but I also simultaneously feel that white is just like a couple moves away from stabilizing and having not a good position, but maybe an acceptable one.
Well, at the very least, you need to develop your king side. You need to move your knight out. But another worry, and I feel like I'm the resident pessimist. Knight e2 walks into bishop g4, and black just threatens to win everything with bishop takes e3.
Yeah, and bishop
maybe knight f3.
Maybe, and the bishop e3 will probably run some kind of d4 move. Well, now those pawns are gone, so bishop e3 becomes a more attractive option.
He's just got him in this vice-like grip with that knight on d4, dominating over all of the key squares and slowing down white's development even further.
So maybe a3 here, just to start kicking some of black's pieces back. He starts with bishop e3, but I imagine he'll play a3 at some point.
Yeah, a3 could be a good move just to force black to put his cards on the table, and obviously giving white the option of playing b4 if bishop a5 is the answer. I like bishop e3 though. I think that's the only way to at least develop something. And it tosses the ball back into Arjun's court. Whoa. Speaking of tossing balls into courts.
So queen g4, knight c2 check. That knight, I guess, is not getting trapped in the corner, Danya. It's one of those rooks that you often take, but then your knight doesn't get out of there.
Although I suppose White could still go for that if we pull up the analysis board for a second. Checking e2, knight a1. I wouldn't rule out an option like this. On the other hand, though, Robert, Black can just evacuate the knight to c2, and he's up in exchange. White's got a terrible king. I don't see this working out.
Right, because bishop h6 could be played as a follow-up for White, but even there, the best you're going to get is that exchange back, and then White has the far less safe king.
Yeah, g6, I guess, is an act. Oh, knight d4, knight e6 also possible.
True.
Just defending g7. So,
regardless of what happens, that king on e2 is not happy to be there.
Yeah, and he continues to ponder this position. He's down to 90 seconds. You don't want to play a move like f3, but you might actually have to. That might be the only thing White can do.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world, right? f3, the bishop moves back. You go knight to e2. At least you are finishing your development. But what he can't do, what Muhammad cannot do in this match, is spend I don't know how much time he spent on that move, but it felt like forever, and then play f3, which he probably could have played in like 15 seconds.
Yeah, and we already saw in the previous game, one of Arjun's great strengths is creating difficulties in the opponent's time pressure. I mean, that is a strength that every modern day strong blitz player has to possess. And Arjun certainly possesses it. And he's going to play knight e5 and possess the diagonal after bishop c4.
Yeah, that's not good. So rook d1 can be played. Then the black queen.
Bishop c4 anyway? Sorry to interrupt. I just needed to get that in.
Oh, because of rook d8, you're just going to take back?
Yeah, that was my idea.
That's actually that's nasty.
It's interesting. I don't know if it's necessary. You can also just move the queen. But what were you going to say?
No, now I'm fascinated by the idea. I was going to say White can't castle because bishop c4 is coming next. So maybe it wasn't worth the risk. And Arjun, he thought about it. You can tell, right? He spent a little bit of time. If he was not going to sacrifice his queen, if that was no part of his thought process, he would have played queen c7 without even a second's hesitation.
Right. And he's got tons of advantages in this position. Knight c4 looks like a good move. A simple move like c6, which would totally restrict the knight on c3, also has a case to be made for.
Yeah, well, that seems too quiet when there's a king on f2. I like your knight c4 move. Then you're trying to take on e3, put your bishop back to c5, crush White along the dark squares.
Yeah, and what could also happen after knight c4, bishop d4, you could bring your rook into d8, and then you'll threaten all sorts of sacrifices sacrifices in serious air quotes, because you win back tons of material and more.
Yeah, that's nope. We're not having any part of that. So Arjun thinking, but has such a great position right now. He could think about bishop c4, but the queen slides over to c2, and he goes f5, which makes sense, but is a big mistake.
And could it be because does he want ef5 and then bishop c4? Or no, I guess he just wants rook f5. And then ideas related to knight g4.
Can White play knight d5 right now?
Oh, knight d5, I'll take it.
And then I'll take with my pawn?
Oh, there's a tactic there. Knight d5, bishop d5. I'll show this really quickly. Is there rook takes e5? And that might have been a detail that Arjun missed, winning the other bishop.
And that still doesn't look very clear because White's king is caught in the crossfire here. And if you take on f3, it looks like a problem. But I guess White can then put the bishop on f4 next.
It's something, and he's got knight d5, a clutch move there from Muradli. He's down to 19 seconds, though, Robert. I'm still worried about his prospects in the long run.
I am, but what a tactical eye he has. And he's proving that he can stay in these games on the board, but with 19 seconds, it's not looking great for him. However, Arjun needs to find a move, and it's not that easy, and he allows it. Rook e5, queen c4. Some quick moves are about to happen. Muhammad's going to gain some time.
And he's going to get the f-file, and he feels that f-file justifies this very committal decision to give White the two bishops. If White can consolidate two bishops against a rook, even in an endgame, would be a dreadful outcome for Black. Arjun considering the move rook f7 also, which would supercharge the f-file pressure, but obviously it would create potential issues with the king remaining on g8.
Right. This rook f7 is not a move that you play lightly because that bishop on g2, once it remaneuvers itself, there could be a problem in the diagonal. So Arjun down at 20 seconds. He's got to move.
He does. He's now down on the clock, and he can't decide between rook f7 and king h8. 15 seconds. And he finally goes rook f7, but bishop f1, Robert. And that's exactly what I mentioned. The bishop is coming to c4 with a pin.
And rook e8 puts pressure on e3, a queen d4. That forces the queens off the board, because if you don't trade queens, bishop c4 wins material for white.
Oh, and he went queen b3, but now king h8 is possible anyway, and you can't take the rook.
Oh.
A big inaccuracy there for Muhammad, and Arjun is right back in the game.
Wow, that was nice. And I mean, queen c3, he plays that. He's getting nervous because his king is the one that's exposed. Arjun should not trade queens here.
And he doesn't, and you can't play bishop d3. Where do you put this light squared bishop? 5 seconds,
Rook
and
E1.
he's going to triple
Rook
on
E1.
the e-file.
Yeah, and bishop d2 is all of a sudden available. Bishop d4. Bishop d4. Keep up here.
Bishop d4 and g7 is made. You can't take the rook.
Exactly.
And he found it. It's
And
a threat.
And bishop g7 is exactly a threat. Queen g5, h4.
h4. King f3 move.
Oh my gosh, you got 0.9 seconds.
Nothing.
Go, go, go.
Oh. c5
Bishop
is
F2.
distracting the bishop. Oh, b5 and queen d5 is a 4. Queen d5 wins the bishop.
Oh. And now it's over.
It's over. It's so easy to play this for black. Arjun somehow pulled it out.
Wow. And Muhammad down to like 2 seconds at that moment. He just made a mistake, and now he's going to pay.
And we'll show you exactly what happened afterward. But that was a heartbreaker. And now queen f1 is checkmate. And it's 2-0, Robert. Let me pull up that game.
Yeah, it's going to be one that Muhammad obviously wishes he could get back, or he just has happy memories of large deficits in matches, and he's trying to use that to his advantage. But Danya, bishop d4 was a great first move, and then he took on e7 and got himself in some trouble.
So what you're saying is the mistake was rook e7. He should have gone h4.
I believe so.
Yeah, but once he took on e7, he exposed his king. And you know, the bishops aren't very good at defending each other because they're on opposite squares. c5 was an incredible move. And
Yes.
even here, probably retreating the bishop kept an advantage. But bishop e5 is so natural, keeping the pressure on g7. And after b5, you're busted. Because if you drop back to b3, black plays c4, and you either lose the light squared bishop or the dark squared bishop.
Yeah, and he was juggling two different ideas at once. Bishop e5 goes for checkmate. Bishop f2 is the type of move you want to play in bullet. Keep your pieces close together. That way you don't blunder them. So I understand why he went bishop e5, and he was nervous in the time trouble, but it's a big missed opportunity for him. And well, he is just trying to get his knight safe and sound on d4 here. And I already like the look of this for black.
Yeah, this looks good. I mean, I would imagine, he takes on d4, so the knight will be replaced with a pawn. But Robert, this is a common technique, because I personally would rather face a pawn on d4 than a vengeful knight.
Yes. Although there's some problems here for white. Let's say bishop f4 is played, and then black plays bishop e5. They're just these long-term prospects of having a terrible light squared bishop against a knight that can get to some useful dark square. So obviously, at the moment, white is doing perfectly fine. I'm just thinking about that long term, and do I really want to trade dark square bishops?
Yeah, and for black, I'm thinking, can I get this knight around to e5? So it would be great if you could have two moves in a row. You would play h6, g5. Oh, and I guess we might see a trade of dark squared bishops.
And if you take on e5, pawn takes 0, that knight can go through c8 to d6. Knights are amazing blockaders because not only is it sitting right in front of that passed pawn, it stares over the pawn to e and c4, which is why Arjun says, we're going to trade on my terms. You'll be left with double pawns in the center and all these exposed dark squares, precisely because that knight on e7 has nowhere useful to go for the time being.
And it's so interesting because this little interaction shows how much the pawn structure can change the nature of the game, right? One little trade, you think, well, the pawn shifts from d6 to e5. Is that important? Yeah, that's absolutely crucial because it gives the knight this incredible square on d6, as you pointed out.
And the other square, as you were pointing out, is if you do swap bishops on f4, you would love to push that pawn back to g7 and play knight to g6. So if that knight could somehow get to e5, black would be happy to trade on f4. But instead, Muhammad Muradli plays rook to b8. He wants to strike with b5. And he may think he wants to strike with b5. The question is that a good idea? Because it makes white's light square bishop an approved piece.
Yeah, it would give the bishop more real estate on the queen side. And you know what's funny is that white's attacking on the king side. Well, attacking I don't know if you can just call an attack just because he's played h4. But White's trying to pressure the king side. Black's playing on the queen side in total contrast to game one. And this is pretty unusual for a King's Indian type position.
Yeah, in the King's Indian, White always attacks on the king side, right? That's what we learned about that opening. And
of course.
there it is. Attacking on the queen side is Mohammad Muradli, and I don't know why I always say his full name. There's just something about it that
it's just
the alliteration.
Totally. I don't think either of us, I've said Mohammed before, but I've never said Muradli.
Yeah.
Although I also say Arjun Erigaisi very often. But give me an example of someone for whom we usually just say their last name. I feel like that's true of a lot of the JSCC players, that we say their full names for whatever reason.
I think it's because they're younger, and so we're not used to calling them by their last name. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. I'll still be
yes,
thinking
it is.
about that.
I'd like to talk about it for the next 10 minutes.
We can if you'd like. I mean, I trust your opinion on what's good for the audience. I ignore the chat. You know what the pulse of the people is.
I'm sure they'd love that. But yeah, okay, I guess we can go back to the game.
Fine. Well, h5 played. Is h6, g6 a threat that Black needs to be worried about, or does that welcome the knight to g6 and maybe even to f4 if you're not looking out for it?
Well, you could play something positional like hg and then g3, trying to maximally restrict the knight. Whoa, he castles queenside. Fearless from Arjun Erigaisi.
That move was not appreciated by the engine right there. I saw that it was going to plus, I think it looked like almost near +2. And then he castled queenside and it went down because he's walking his king potentially into harm's way.
Yeah, he is. I think what Arjun is saying is that he's basically going to play a move like f4, or he's going to tear open the h file really, really quickly. So he's not going to allow Black to assemble his pieces on the king side. And for the time being, yeah, the queen and the rook look imposing, but b2 is very well protected, and here comes the rook. Yeah,
I was going to say rook h3 was a viable option, and it's defending by lifting, and it's going to b3, trading off some pieces. g5 is loose. You couldn't take it now because queen takes b2 is checkmate, but in the event of rook b3 swapping rooks, g5 will hang.
And that might mean Muradli has to spend, I just said his last name for the first time. That means Muhammad might have to waste a tempo waste a tempo. A sad necessity might be h6, but that gives White a chance to lift his rook up.
Rook b3, queen takes c2 is check. Very important.
So queen c2, does that make sense? But then you take your eyes off of the g5 pawn.
Yeah, but then the black queen has to back up. Like queen a5, rook a3 looks. Rook b3, there's queen a4? Or
a5. Right, either queen a4, queen a5.
And I'm trying to think, does the queen trade actually help Black? Because in some of these positions with the queens off the board, Black's c5 pawn is the easiest target.
Yeah, if White can move the king away and then go rook c1, we know how great knights are at stopping past pawns. Not. Although if the knight gets the blockading square on d6, the whole landscape of the position changes. So I don't know if Arjun would be too hot on a queen trade here. Maybe you go h6 and try to cut off the lifeline from the g5 pawn.
Although then you do give the knight the g6 square. Not the end of the world. You point out you can put that pawn on g3. I get that. But that knight on e7 just feels misplaced, and anywhere is better than there.
This is not an easy position to figure out. You can see the eval bar. It's giving a pretty sizable advantage to White. And ultimately, Arjun does decide on rook b3.
And here's the big question. Because queen a4 allows a queen trade. He says, no, I'm not allowing that, and plays queen a5. And there's your h6 move. And this is, I think, a better version in many ways, because if knight g6, when you play g3, your rook isn't locked over there on the king side.
Great point. And Black couldn't have taken on a2 there. The queen would have gotten trapped after rook a3. A trade on b3 ensues. And finally, Muhammad trying to get his knight around to d6.
And now I can't move my queen away because a2 will be loose, so I can't make a move like queen b5 hoping to trade queens. King b1 followed by rook c1 is somewhat tempting to me, but knight d6 happens so fast that I feel like Black will suddenly seize the initiative.
It's unclear who's attacking on the queen side. Like White's pressuring the c5 pawn, but Black's also trying to attack White's king. So they're in a way fighting for control of the same side of the board. And let's not forget about the g5 pawn. It's currently undefended. If necessary, Black could obviously play f6, but a move like that would permanently weaken all of these light squares of Black's camp.
So queen g3 is tempting for that reason. You're attacking e5 and g5, so f6 is seemingly forced. And then after that, as long as I keep and I a2, I don't just drop that for nothing. I can then play bishop g4 and start attacking. But how real is the attack? Because as I'm trying to visualize that, it doesn't seem that powerful.
Would you like to change your mind? Says Arjun. Playing f4, sacking his pawn 2 different ways.
f4. Wow. Okay, so, oh my goodness. If g takes f4, he's going to play g3 and just try to pry open the position.
G3. That's such a nice move because it forces the... I mean, you could play f3, but then queen takes f3 and look at all these gaping holes on the king side. You're going to get mated.
Oh my god. But then can black... Okay, in this exact position, can black play gf, g3, queen, b6? The idea is I'm offering a queen trade and hitting your h6 pawn across the board.
That's exactly what I think he should have done. But he got scared and he took with the e pawn, and that gives Arjun a monster pawns in the center. I really don't like what Muhammad just did there.
Although Arjun doesn't have that much time, and his queen cannot directly attack the g5 pawn. So queen f3, queen h5, as you're pointing out, that gives him a2. He's undoubtedly nervous about doing that, but it seems to lead to a checkmating attack.
Yeah, if the queen could get there immediately.
c4?
Oh, he's gone d6. Oh, c4. Whoa.
Yeah.
Apologize for that. c4, and you can't take because of rook c8.
And e5 is loose.
Oh, he's going to take that pawn and cut the head off of the attack. He's taking everything. That was a huge blunder by Arjun.
And it is one of the first times where we've seen Arjun down on the clock. And look at this, when queen c5 is winning the piece. That's game.
And d6 was way too slow. He had to try to get the queen to the king side as quickly as possible. He got too attracted to his pawns, and he opened up that avenue to the e5 pawn. This is completely winning for black.
Now queen takes c4, just trades queens, but rook takes d4 at the end. So that would be a blunder. So look at that precision by Muradli. Now, if king b1, the knight can even take on c4, because after rook c1, trying to pin and win that knight, there's knight d2 check, which just delivers a checkmate in addition to winning the queen.
Great call. You could now take with the queen also, but for some reason that makes me a little bit nervous. Plenty of time for Muhammad to figure this out.
Although queen c4 looks, I mean, how could you complain about that? I mean, your queen can just drop back to e6. He does take with the knight. He wants to help attack the white king there on b1. And just a reminder, rook c1 falls right into knight d2. So instead, queen c2 is played.
I mean, you could definitely take on d7 here.
Queen f5.
Arjun. Oh, queen f5 though. Wait a minute.
Then queen e7.
Defending everything, but that's a little scary. Knight a3, and he goes for the attack.
Oh,
queen e3 made in the end. What calculation?
Wow, that was just such a sudden shift in evaluation, and that's exactly what Muhammad needed to get back in the match.
That was incredible. And after a frustrating start to the match, he lost the first two. A sizzling attack on the queen side, a checkmate, and he's back within one.
And now he has the white pieces. This is a very calm position for the moment. We're getting, okay, and as soon as I say that, I was like, oh, we're going to Catalan, and then Arjun plays c5.
Right.
Take that, though?
You want to just take on c5?
Yes, I do.
Do you need me to order you some lunch?
That'd be the nicest thing you've ever done in our friendship, so.
Okay, duly noted. So what exactly is Arjun's idea? I mean, generally there's moves like queen a5 or d4, but none of that seems scary in this particular position.
Right. And with the dark square bishops gone, after dc5, and if you play d4, which would be a huge mistake, then that knight can jump into b5 and eventually d6. So that's just terrible for black.
This is almost lost.
Yeah.
So DC, I mean, you could castle or go queen a. Queen a5 again isn't scary because white's got this queen nicely positioned on d2. Often the queen is vulnerable to knight e4, but in this case, white's queenside pieces are nicely positioned. I mean, the knight on c3 is guarding the e4 square. And he's done it.
Oh, wow, he plays d takes c4. I was gonna say it's usually a bad side when you give up a pawn and then start thinking after that. And Arjun didn't think forever, but he did start thinking. So it's like, was I really supposed to give you that pawn there? And white can play moves like knight f3 to go to e5. The c4 pawn will drop. It's likely that c5 will drop as well, but it's going to take much more effort from black's perspective.
I just hate positions where my opponent gets to castle with check. I mean, I know not all of them are bad, but just that fact alone often makes me nervous.
No, for good reason. Also, what makes me nervous here is the c5 pawn. Let's say you go knight a6 to attack it, as you're pointing out. White plays c6, getting rid of his most vulnerable pawn, where the c4 pawn sticks out, and that pawn is probably going to be won back by white eventually.
And there's a very annoying situation where in order to activate your bishop, you'd have to go e5, but e5 is out of the question in many cases because it creates a gaping hole on d5. So you're kind of saddled with that bishop. He goes knight f d7, so he's obviously, well, he's trying to prevent c6.
But what kind of move knight f to d7? I think if you showed, let's say, someone who just learned chess, aren't I supposed to develop my pieces, not just remove the same one? And so the knight can take on c5. Rook takes c4 will be a follow-up, and then that knight needs to be defended. That bishop on c8, Danya, that is the problematic piece, as it is in so many Catalan-style positions.
And other types of positions, like in the French. Right? The the word that I promised myself I wouldn't say today.
You pardon your French.
A vulgarity. I'm not supposed to use vulgarity during official broadcasts, but hopefully you'll forgive me for that. Knight ba6, supporting c5. Ugh, this just looks so ugly. But how does white exploit these very obvious positional advantages?
It's not easy. And the b7 pawn was defended for the moment. Now b4 almost traps the knight in c5, but it gets over to a4 thanks to the bishop's protection.
So maybe knight e5?
Yeah, that looks really good to me. I mean, rook to d1 as well. And yeah, you're just going forward here, and black's setup is so awkward.
It is, although if you play rook d1 first, then I think black will be able to go bishop c6.
Yeah, that's true. And I guess I was hoping for b4 there.
Oh,
And
yeah, you
after-
do have b4.
Right, because knight a4, rook takes c6 as well.
Oh, look at you. Knight a4, rook c6, and white gets 2 pieces for a rook in a winning position. So almost everything looks good here. Knight e5, rook d1, a clear and stable advantage. He goes knight e5, and Arjun immediately responds rook a c8.
So I want knight takes d7 here, because if you take with the knight in d7, rook c8, bishop takes b7, wins a piece.
Which means you have to take with the king, but that's ridiculously awkward.
And then b4, he's knight a4. So there is a trick that white could actually lose if you're thinking, oh, I'm just going to easily win this game. And there it is, knight a4. Yes, that knight is hanging, but so is your rook on c4. And if you swap rooks, the rook on c8 will pin the knight on c3.
And so I love what Muhammad just did. He did knight takes d7, and now very calmly, he shifts his king to b1, completely taking the sting out of the move knight a4 and creating an absolutely devastating threat of b4, Robert.
Oh my
This might just be
goodness.
lost for black.
It is, because the only way to save that knight on c5 is to move a piece so that a square is free. So king e7, but then b4 happens in these positions, or rook c1, and b7 will fall. So he goes knight b8. Oh my gosh.
It looks like there's 7 different moves here, but you got to be accurate.
Okay, so b6 is possible here. Oh, you're just going to bring that knight in the game with checks in the d file as well. It's a problem.
Yeah, but you need an actual target here. Knight b5, black might have a6. So,
Can you start with b4 then?
okay, b4, I'll go knight a6.
Then knight b5,
Oh, and you're also going after a7.
right? Not the first time today that a7 pawn was targeted.
Nope. But this time it's Muradli targeting it. Yeah, b4, knight b5 looks great. That knight on b8 is now the problem piece. Well, both knights are.
Superfluous
Neither
knights.
is particularly good.
Yeah, and he's gone for it. Superfluous knights, and here's knight b5.
Phenomenal. Just a phenomenal game so far by Muhammad.
Yeah, black is just frozen here.
He's going to lose a7, and if all of the rooks are gone, Robert, this pawn majority, coupled with the fact that these knights are absolutely horrible, gives white a completely winning position.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect to see this position with the evaluation of plus 4.5. Just that black has no counterplay whatsoever. Once the a7 pawn falls, it's easy to see how white creates a passer. And after rook c8, white doesn't even need to trade rooks. You can play rook d4 check, and then knight takes a7, and then bring that knight back into safety. So this is a just losing position objectively, and I think practically speaking, Danya, it's impossible to see, at least right now, how Arjun defends. He is a magician. He is fantastic, but this is really, really bad.
And he looks absolutely thrilled with the positions that he has in the last 2 games.
Yeah, and we see a trade, and some people will be tempted to a knight d6 check to win f7, but don't forget the pawn on b4 is actually under attack.
So you could play a3 if you really wanted to rub
I like
it in.
a3.
Yeah, and yeah, probably that's the best move because this opens up the possibility of knight d6. Like if black plays knight c7, then you go knight d6. So black has to waste another move getting the king around to d7. Now he takes.
Oh, look, the knight's trapped. But unfortunately for black, you can't attack that knight, right? There's no piece to attack it with, which means that you can start bringing your king up the board. And yeah, this is very easy.
And what's funny is you're expending every single one of your resources to keep this knight trapped. Like every single piece is participating in that, and that's totally unsustainable, right? As soon as you move one of the pieces away, the knight gets out. Or the knight gets out if the king gets to c4, and then the knight to b5.
Yes, and a4, you can think about playing b5 and giving yourself not only the c6 square, but opportunities to play a5 followed by b6, just trying to create a pass pawn very quickly. So f5, is he trying to go e5 followed by e4? Perhaps.
Yeah. It feels like black's been suffering for an eternity, and yet we're only 25 moves in.
Yeah, that's true. After e5, there might be bishop b7.
Oh, sticking it right there in amongst the trees. That's why knights are terrible. They just can't do anything. They can't do anything at close quarters.
Right. And then knight b8 just can barely move. He's got the a6 square, and then it can't move anywhere from there except back to b8.
This game is not making knights look very good.
No. And h5, now you're putting your opponent in a light square, so I would even consider h4 here. For white, the problem with playing h4, though, is the knights need a target of some sort, so I don't know if I want to give myself an isolated pawn, especially on a dark square.
And if I'm Mohammed, I'm trying to leave myself with at least 20 seconds, because you mentioned Arjun and magician in the same sentence, and in the same sentence, these two words belong. 26 seconds for Mohammed, and he's just about ready to keep pushing the a-pawn.
That's right. And knight d6 check, if you start trading knights, it's going to result in a very quickly losing position because the king goes to b5, then you push the a-pawn, and you're not even necessarily promoting that pawn. If black has to use all of his resources to stop it, then the white king starts darting towards the king side and winning all of those pawns.
Yeah, kind of like the principle of two weaknesses. h4 by Arjun. Obviously, there's no attack on the king side. Mohammed ignores him and plays a5.
Yes. And we see that pawn going up. Okay, just take back, take on a5. The knight a6 is always bishop b7 to kick that knight back and just push that pawn. So I think you're winning a piece here for white.
Indeed. It's completely lost. The knight on b5 is dominating its counterpart on e8. And here comes the king. King c5. Also good.
Yeah, knight a6, king b6. Okay, knight.
Take it and king b5.
That was what we were talking about earlier, right? Then black will play knight d7 after a6, king b8, but then white goes king c6 and just marches over.
Exactly what you mentioned, but 2 seconds. He's got to be a little bit careful. I'm always getting nervous when I see that.
Oh, but this is an even more precise move order because if knight b5, king b5, your king's already on c7. So you
it's so funny. Knight b5, you can even play king b7.
Oh, what is that? Come on.
No, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, leave the poor guy alone. He's already in a minus 7.4 position.
Okay. Deal. Yeah, this is resignable. 4 seconds. Doesn't matter how many seconds you have. The position plays itself.
And this is the last game before the players get a break. So if they want to look at their openings, revisit any preparation and variations they previously looked at, but a6 here, it wins a piece, but maybe there's some hope for black.
Oh!
Arjun's looking for it. King moving up the board.
But I would have played bishop b7 and bishop c8 and tied myself to these pawns. I don't love what Mohammed is doing.
Oh, but big move there, h4.
Oh, gh, bishop h3.
Right.
And all white has to do is leave himself with one pawn as long as it's defended.
And he's going to put his bishop on f3, and Arjun resigns. So that was extremely well timed. Can we just go back for a moment here?
Sure.
Because when black went e5, there was a target on f5. Because if white had started just a move before, when the pawn was still on e6, with that move h4, after GH bishop takes, yes, it is still winning, but now you have a lot to figure out here because that king is coming in so quickly. There's a target on e2, a target on g3, and you're not winning that pawn on f5. It is defended.
Yeah, you should probably go g4 here, but I agree. That would have been more confusing. So Muhammad waiting for Arjun to go e5, and now he strikes with h4. Exquisite technique and a phenomenal game to tie the match.
Yes, and there was something back in game 1 that he missed.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I remember what the situation was. I don't know what the move is. Not remember. And so he's missed a couple opportunities. So he is at 2-2. Arjun has been playing well. Muhammad playing well. They're trading off 2-game streaks.
Yeah, they are. And I really got the sense in game 1, this was the moment when the sort of the train derailed from the tracks, and Muhammad lost a very painful game, and then he lost another one in game 2. It almost felt like Arjun started to pull away, but that critical moment in game 3 was a very, very important moment here in the early going of this match. Muhammad is back in business, and the way he played the last game, it just feels like Arjun is just a little bit tilted. So the break is coming at a great time.
For sure. And well, we will figure out what the move is from this position. The players, they get some rest. And in general, I was just speaking to Ludwig the other day. Any primers in chat? Any primers? Because you're going to miss out on all of the things that happen during the break, all of the videos and stuff like that. You'll just get ads. So just look in. If you got that purple button on your screen, you have Amazon Prime subscription, you just click on. Okay, we're just going to go break. We'll see you soon.
Okay. There's nothing more tilting than that, winning for 45 moves and then losing, not even squeezing a half point out of that.
Right. And who's behind Arjun right now?
Multiple people.
Yeah.
What's going on there? There's like a whole party there.
I think they're just crashing and they're like, you can't stop me because you're busy playing your match. Someone moving a table?
Yeah, I think they're moving tables or chairs. I wonder whether he's probably not at home.
No, he was just playing in a tournament in Menorca. So I believe he's maybe still on the premises there. But either way, he's a party that he's missing.
First off, most important question. There was some stuff happening behind you during the match. Tables were getting carried away. Could you give us a sense of what was going on? Was that at all distracting, or did you manage to keep your focus throughout the match?
So basically, currently I'm in Spain, and internet is not the best in my room, so I'm playing from the commentary room. So there were some people working here, and that is why it was happening. But after that point, it was all good, and it was slightly distracting, but I don't think it affected my chess.
We return here to this Junior Speed Chess Championship match presented by SIG. Arjun Erigaisi and Muhammad Muradli knotted up at 2 games apiece. And Danya, that moment that we have on screen, if we go back a move before knight takes e4. So I actually looked it up. Don't worry, it wasn't me just finding brilliancies. I had to use our Silicon friend.
Stop being modest. You found it. Go ahead.
Instead of knight takes e4, the move, of course, was queen to d8.
Well, obviously, did you need to take time and say that? And do you think somebody didn't realize that? Come on.
Oh, gosh.
Queen d8.
And
Oh
it gets
God.
even better. After rook takes rook b4, there's queen a5. And after rook b7, which looks like it saves everything, there's queen c5 check, followed by knight takes e4.
Oh my God. Sacking another piece?
Yes.
And then you go back and then you can't stop the smothered mate /fork?
Mm-hmm. Of course, right? That was easy.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it. Not a big deal.
Oh my god, queen d8. This is actually brilliant. Look at that. Queen d8, queen a5, queen c5, and knight takes c4.
So taking a free pawn in the center of the board, bad. Retreating your queen to its initial square, always good. Wow, look at this position, by the way. Theoretical discussion. Black has sacrificed an exchange just a few moves ago and taken the dark squares under control.
And this has been around since Botvinnik times, you know, since the 40s and 50s. This is pretty famous.
First played this exchange sacrifice, and well, nobody knew if it was good because a rook is worth 5 and a bishop, well, it depends on the circles that you're in. In my circles, it's actually worth a little more than 3 points, but traditionally speaking, 3 points is the expected value.
But when Misha first played it, Alexander Tolish, who had the cigarette dangling out of his mouth, he was so shocked by the sacrifice that the cigarette literally fell on the floor and it caused a fire. And that's why the 1963 Soviet Championship had to be moved to a different city.
Okay.
Oh, gosh. Well, anyway, the knight is on e5. We are seeing a trade of pieces, and black continues to secure control of the dark squares. That bishop on g7, it's at home, fianchettoed for now, but I like to move rook a7, either now or in the near future, because there is a threat with knight e4 ideas along the f-file, creating problems. Maybe it doesn't work just yet, but you need to control that f7 square.
And he's gone queen e7. I was going to say, now, obviously, black's ideal is to get this knight around to e5. And, you know, I don't like saying the word obviously too many times, but there are certain things that are just sort of slam dunk about a certain position. Here, it's the fact that if a knight appears on e5, black is chilling. But white's trying to use the resources at his disposal to cause as much awkwardness as possible, and I think Mohammed might have missed this move.
Is there knight takes d5 here? I think that's what he's calculating. Because knight takes d5
totally saw that.
Opens the queens towards each other. But there's a huge downside to that move. Trading the queens means that white's extra exchange will cause black some serious issues in the endgame. However, I think with that pawn just hanging there, you grab it?
Yeah, but you're right, I think. Trade on e7, bishop e4. And he did grab it, I guess because there was no other choice. White was going to lay on the wood with knight e4.
Yeah, and you know, if you're going to face knight e4, you might as well steal a pawn in the center of the board for it. And that bishop on g7, great piece. If the knight goes d4, b2 exactly will be hanging. You don't want to do that too early because what rooks need are open lines, excuse me. And after knight e4, bishop takes b2, rook b1, that b6 pawn will be lost and that rook will happily sit right in the ranks of black's position.
Yeah, and that's why losing the d5 pawn is sort of both a blessing and a curse. It was an important pawn, but it's opened up the d file. But in addition to planting a knight on e5, now black can plant a bishop there.
It's exactly what I was going to say, that the d6 pawn is a target, but bishop e5 defends that pawn. It's hard to see how white increases the pressure there. And now Mohammed's looking at b5. If he can start pushing his pawns on the queen side, that's where he has his advantage. Remember, he's up one pawn, though down a rook for a dark squared bishop. So if he can start mobilizing those pawns, there could be issues for white to deal with. Love this.
Which is why I think Arjun is operating without delay in the center, trying to clear the board and take this thing out of b5, and I think he's succeeded in doing so.
Yeah, knight d5, bishop d5, rook can't even go to b7, and even if he could, there's rook takes f7 anyway, right? You take that rook over there, you can just crash through against black's king, so taking on d5 is completely out of the question unless you want to play bishop e6 afterwards, but trades start favoring the side with the extra material.
I don't know if you have a choice, though. I mean, knight c6 walks into all manner of discoveries, such as knight f6. You don't have any other squares for the knight. I mean, you could make a move like king f8, but something about it seems wrong. Maybe knight f6 and rook d1 then, and that d6 pawn is another weakness. All of a sudden, black's pieces are just not equipped to deal with this move.
King f8's a pretty cool move, though, because you would love to get your king to e7, but as you're pointing out, just so many opportunities for white in that position. Even knight c7 looks a little annoying because to continue black's development will not be easy, but that d6 pawn will be targeted, as you're pointing out, especially if you can play a knight in f6.
Yeah, I'm not liking this. And he does go king f8 after a long think. Love your move, knight c7. White's 2 minors are just totally dominating over all of Black's pieces. He does go knight f6 though.
Yeah, I think that was a good choice, but
Bishop
bishop
e6.
e6. I didn't even think about that move because I was like, how do you defend d6?
I didn't see it.
I was looking, can I put a rook on d8? No, but bishop e6, and wait a second, Danya, this is starting to look a little bit more stable for Black and some very good chances to hold.
Yeah, I mean, the d6 pawn is the only entry point for White. That's the only airport you can fly into. But Black might be able to strike first with b5.
Right. And you put a knight on c8. It looks passive, but it's hard to kick that knight out of there. And at some point, Black may consider king h6 to g5, things like that up the board, and d5 instead. He wants to trade off his weakness.
Yeah, and often these games, they can go south for White if he overpresses. What Muradli is saying is that after the trade, the bishop returns to e6, covering the entry point on d7, and then he starts pushing his pawns.
Okay, bishop d3. So hitting the a6 pawn. Let's not blunder that.
Hey.
b5, c5 is going to be weak, and he plays it because there's no rook c1. You can take on e3.
No, but then you can take on c5.
How do you evaluate that trade?
Well, I would consider going rook c8 first, and I guess trying to induce e4. He does go rook c8.
I really, really like it because e4, knight b6, and then you can play c4, and you're just trading one pawn for another, and now you also get an outpost on the c4 square.
I feel like the majority of people, you know, when they go down an exchange in the endgame, they think it's just lost. But this game is showing that that's very, very far from the truth, and minor pieces are more than capable of handling their business.
Especially when there's a pawn protecting them and there's no pawn that can attack. So great decision. You called it. And the e pawn is isolated. So why should we take that pawn and give up our nice c pawn? No, if we're going to give up our c pawn, it was for a b pawn. There's no way Black is worse. I would take Black in this position, I think.
I would absolutely take Black. And White's got now a weakness on e4. As you pointed out earlier, this idea is still not out of the question. The only thing that concerns me, once again, is Mohamed Muradli's clock.
For sure. But that bishop on c4 doing the heavy lifting, right? It's defending f7. It's protected by the pawn on b5. So the Black king can even go to f6 and up to e5 at some moment. Yeah,
goes a5 and he wants more.
Yes, because now he can start bringing his pieces up the board without having to worry about his pawn. If he pushes the pawn to a4, he will no longer have b4, but I don't really think b4 is available to Black in most of these positions anyway, but maybe he's proving me wrong.
Unless you can guarantee passage of the pawn to b3, because there, once again, it's anchored by the bishop.
That's right. And a4 may seem like a threat for White, but I actually don't think it was because of this response, bishop b3, and then Black would have put the pawn on a4. So he does it in this move order.
So given the time situation, the most important thing for Black is to make sure all of the pawns are protected by the bishop.
Right. And if rook b1, do not blunder rook takes c4. Don't miss that. The b pawn is pinned. The rook will move away, as you're pointing out.
Well, Arjun might try to take on c4 anyway, but that's more of a bailout option.
Yeah, this is looking just too solid for Black. Everything is defended.
I feel like Arjun is going to find some way to complicate the game, though.
The rook
I don't
c2.
see how yet.
Yeah, rook c2.
h6 is a nice move, creating a little bit of luft for the king. Now h4.
HG.
Black can trade. Exactly what I was thinking.
You know, I'll just say it. You draw the arrows. You were speaking with your drawing there.
Yeah, so we basically said it at the same time, just through in different languages.
Yeah, but we still understood each other, so that's what's most important.
I agree. And Mohamed Muradli didn't quite understand us, but rook c2 check is plenty good. I know this is a very distant reality, but I was a little bit worried about White getting 2 rooks on the 8th rank. But yeah, that's incredibly hard to organize, and here comes rook g1. White could definitely lose this game if he's not careful.
Yeah, rook g1. Thankfully, there's king h4 because king to f4 would be the wrong direction. Rook g2 now is available.
Rook f1.
Yeah, just don't
go
trade
rook
rooks.
f3.
Oh, that'd be such a bad blunder.
Takes in bishop d5. A repetition. Is it on the cards? No, he goes for it.
Rook g3, but the problem is White is just stuck bringing the rooks to places that defend. Like rook b1 followed by b4. And, I mean, Black could seriously try to play for a win here.
White's rooks are so awkward that king could get caught in the middle, caught on the crossfire. If it has to drop back to e3, then you allow the pawn to push. Here he goes.
Rook e4 trades rooks. And you can't go a3, so that's important.
And you have to trade, otherwise you lose the pawn.
Right, but this is, I mean, look at the bishop. It defends everything.
Yeah, so it still should be a draw. Although, does white have anything that he could try here? Or does black just go back and forth with his king?
I was going to say, I think you could just go back and forth.
What if you try to bring your king all the way around and create some sort of zugzwang and try to worm the king to f6?
I see what you're saying, yeah.
I feel like, and then maybe you could give away your e-pawn for the a-pawn and find some way to trick black in that position. That's a lot of ifs, but okay.
Yeah, and the black king is centralized now, so that white king can't even get in.
Yeah. Oh, king d4, king c6, e6. I would go e6 here. No, but then f6 and you might lose.
F takes e6, yeah.
He's thinking about it. That's obviously what he is thinking about.
I just think F takes. Oh gosh, this could go either way right now. And king e5, king f6, king takes g6 is so far away, and the black bishop can go to c2, right? So,
and the black king can drop back to b7 and try to dislodge the rook from the AAA file.
Yeah, king b7, rook a5, king b6. That's just a draw, at least for black.
I think that's how the game is very likely to end.
And Arjun, he's thinking here, because if he goes all in, or if he brings that king to f6 away from, and that's why he went back, then he could actually, be in trouble in that position. So
but he's gotten to the pawn, and I think there's a mutually assured destruction thing going on here between the e and the g pawns.
Right, because the rook g8, e5, the rook on g8 is loose. A rook g7, e5, that pawn needs to be tended to, and that means the rook has to stay, and then how are you going to make progress?
Draw. I mean, obviously, even without the pawn, it's a draw, but with the pawn, white doesn't have any ways to push black at all.
And now it's perhaps not too early to ask that question. For Arjun, do you waste a few minutes here by just making a bunch of moves, or do you want more games in the longest time control?
I mean, given how the time management has gone, that's been the one thing that Arjun has been consistently better at. Obviously, it hasn't led to a advantage in the match so far. From that perspective, I think it makes sense to play a couple of moves.
And he's doing so. And okay, Mohammed is having no problems right now, remaining around 6 seconds. He doesn't have to do anything. His bishop and pawn protect each other. So as long as there's no rook takes a4, which white can never lose, right? White can't even lose even if you blunder your rook.
Oh yeah, because the pawn is the wrong color.
So
the bishop is the wrong color.
That's good news for Arjun. It means he can do whatever he wants and go for cheeky bullet tricks.
He can literally pre-move whatever he wants. And Mohammed attempting fate a little bit, but obviously the pawn gets to a2. You know what that reminds me of? What does that remind me of? Not when you're playing capture the flag, but when you're like running from one checkpoint to another. Okay. Because the pawn is not safe on a3, but it is safe on a4 and on a2. You see what I'm saying?
I get what you mean. It's like,
it runs from one protected point to another. What do I compare that to?
Laser tag.
Yes.
And you're running from one bunker to the other.
Yes, exactly. Or one little hideout to another.
Bishop b1.
Oh my god. Careful.
Okay.
Oh my god,
b1.
that would have won.
Look at this. That's a good rook over there.
Amazing rook. And now he has to take on a2 or on b1. Lol.
Great defense by Mohammed in that game.
Yeah, that was well done. I was very concerned after they initially got into the endgame, but he just played fantastic. He really didn't give Arjun any serious chances in that game.
No, he did not. And if we're about to see a London, I'm going to request a refund.
Yep.
What's Mohammed doing? He just spent like 10 seconds on move 4.
Yeah, I mean, he plays all of these queen's pawn game sidelines, so I guess he's sort of making the decision manually every game.
Right, and he can mix it up, mix and match. And black tries to open this position with e5, but that leaves the d5 pawn as a potential target. And now e5 looks less appealing, and white should try for e4.
Yeah, but I don't love this for white. A lot of people just assume that white's doing well after something like e4. But what could happen is that after a trade, black could go bishop b7, and then black has this potentially the d5 square for the knight. And just look at how nicely black's pieces are arranged here.
Yeah, no, they're exactly where they want to be. And you see what just happened? The bishop took on f6, and I was about to say that in that other position, black would have liked to trade light square bishops and then put a knight on d5. But after bishop f6, you're not going to have any knights remaining. And while the bishop on d6, it stares at both sides of the board, it doesn't really have anything to attack. So white has this long-term hope that the knight will be superior to the bishop.
Yeah, this is pretty deep positional chess. It doesn't look visually appealing. Visually, it looks like black is just better. But it's also not so easy for Arjun to make an exact decision about where to position his dark squared bishop and how to keep this knight at bay. So I think position is probably about equal.
I think a very good choice by Muradli. And I think people don't recognize this so much about Arjun because he's played some brilliant tactical games. One of the games that comes to mind first and foremost is his win over Fabiano Caruana in the after the Grand Swiss. They had that Blitz tournament, and he had this just smashing victory from the white side. But he's also a brilliant positional player. I think that people just think that juniors are all tactics, and they may struggle in a closed position. But Arjun has really shown excellence in this facet of the game as well.
Even the openings that we see, I think if we held the JSCC 10 or 15 years ago, we would see E4 80, 90% of the time. And it's just great that styles have become so much more universal. We get to watch so many different types of games now.
Right. And I mean, look what the transformation has just been. The bishops were swapped on d5, so black's pawn went to d5, and the open e file is largely beneficial for white, but Arjun's saying you have no squares to go to. e4, e5, e6, e7, e8, all covered by black. And sure, I see what you're drawing over there. Black wants to use the b file, the queen side, to his advantage, while white, as you pointed out, is going to try to bring that knight to f5, queen g4, and go for an attack.
This is going to heat up quite a bit if white starts giving up his queenside pawns. And I don't see an alternative. I mean, you can't really defend a2, and c3 is also hanging. What do you think? Does white throw caution to the wind and play knight h4?
I think you send it.
5.
Okay, so bishop e5 will take with the d pawn, I guess, and the d5 pawn will be loose, and e6 becomes a threat. So, makes sense.
Okay, so BC. That actually might be what Arjun is best advised to do. Take on c3, take on d5, and nominally, I think black is a little bit better, but Mohammed should be able to hold this.
Yeah, you play rook b2, but even here, queen e3, trading queens, you win the a2 pawn, but white is rook c5, and c4 will be lost. So I think that this position will include mass simplification, and if that's the case, then even down a pawn, potentially, white should be a-okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Danya, that position, knight h4, that's what I still wonder about, because it's easy for me to sit here and sacrifice white's pawns, but that knight getting to f5 looked very dangerous.
Yeah, I was very tempted by that. And now Mohammed is struggling and suffering just a little bit, but I like your proposal of queen e3, because you'll win this pawn back.
Right. It's a simple trade of pieces, and I think that Mohammed may be thinking about, can I keep the queens on the board and go for e6? Because if black is not looking out for it, e6, rook d7, these moves can come with an attack, but I think black's queen is particularly well placed because it always protects g7, and it just looks at that rook on e1, so it keeps white a bit tied down.
But another thing that he may be worrying about is that after the trade, let's say black takes on a2, or let's say black starts with the rook c8, you could potentially get dragged into a situation if you make an inaccurate move where it's actually not so easy to get to c4. Like if you go like this, black has this move rook e2, and you've got to be really careful not to end up on a 3-on-3 with an extra a pawn. I guess here white could still take on c4, and he's got some tactics in the end to win one of the pawns back. But that has to be calculated very carefully.
Yeah, and your point, instead of rook e2 there, if you play rook c5, I see your exact point that if white ever has to play f4, then the king is in big trouble. So this just creates some issues for white to solve. I like your point that it's not just clearly winning the pawn back and making a draw.
And he refrains from queen e3, he goes queen e4, and I think he goes for your idea, banking on e6 and the activity of the rook to give himself enough compensation. Obviously, you could still win the
I
pawn.
like rook c5 a lot, because if black is going to play with like rook a4, which we can clearly see Arjun did not, then it would be really awkward defense. So it's like queen d2, the best defense is a good offense. And here white plays queen e3 again, just trying to trade off those pieces because c4 will fall.
But this is an improved version of the initial chance that white had to play queen e3, because now in the event of a trade, the c4 pawn falls by force. I think.
It does, yeah. Because you can protect it with your a2 rook, but then white plays rook e4 and just teams up on that pawn. So
exactly,
it's really important what you notice, that a rook c8 check followed by rook c7 will win white back a pawn, because it does look in many of these positions. If we just go through it again, queen takes e3, rook takes 3, rook c2, or rook a4, doesn't matter, rook e4, and rook e8. Then after rook takes c4, rook takes 4, rook takes c5, black's up a pawn, playing for a win, no risk. But because of that back rank check, just dislodging the king from the defense of the f7 pawn, you then have rook c7 to win a pawn.
This is a super important technique. It occurs in so many different types of endgames, which is why you often want to make luft by playing g6 rather than h6. Then the king would have been on g7, rendering this ineffective. Arjun is contemplating the position after queen e3, trying to find a way to keep the queens on the board, but I just don't see a way for him to create any serious chances here.
But I can see a way that this game works its way into a certain endgame video series on that platform called YouTube. I don't know who's
Which
making
one are
those
you
videos.
talking about it?
You know, I was just thinking about it, that's a really instructive type of end game at some point. If we do rook end games there, it just, how if rook takes f7 at the end of those variations where black has an a pawn clear and white has 3 on 2, some people may be afraid of that. That a pawn looks like it runs really fast. My pawns for white don't run as fast, but that is a known theoretical draw. So
yeah, it is. I don't really know what series you're talking about, or who would bother to create an endgame series for YouTube. I mean, who would do that?
I don't know. Some guy.
Some dude. Well, this game is going to end in a peace accord any second now, as they finish their architectural designs on the king side. The obligatory diagonal pawn structure. And a repetition is forthcoming.
Or is one of them going to play this out?
Well, right now, Arjun's the one who's like not. But
Wait, we've seen this before.
We've seen this in the Jacobson Nesterov match.
That's right.
Where if you that pawn endgame could be really dangerous. Like if black's king were to be on f6, king f6 is a great try right now. Then rook f3 loses. That's the exact thing we had.
Okay,
by agreement.
Yeah, we can show that very quickly, but that is exactly what we had. I was thinking the same thing. We've had the call for so many awesome matches, but that game certainly sticks out because it looks like, oh, we're just trading rooks. Of course, it's a draw, same pawn structure. But because black's king is more active and then gets in via e4 or g4, and then black has moved f5 to f4 often to break down the pawn structure once the king gets into f3 for black, you win this endgame. You don't draw it.
And this... Yeah, and both Nesterov and Jacobson were in time pressure. That's why he went rook f3. In this case, both sides have enough time, so a draw offer is not unreasonable.
Okay, so we now have a Sicilian. The good thing about this match, it feels like we're getting different openings in most of the games, right? Arjun was playing d4, and then we had some King's Indians. Now he's playing e4. We're getting some Najdorfs. And if you look at this setup with the minor pieces for black, they're all so compact, so close together here. Mm-hmm. And this is a big moment because knight takes d5, e takes d5, bishop f5. It changes the pawn structure where now white will have an extra pawn on the queen side, black has an extra pawn in the center, and white often tries to start marching those pawns up the board. And Mohammed doesn't want to waste the tempo, so he takes on d5 with the bishop. But I tend to appreciate the bishop pair.
Yeah, although there's this very common idea that's been recommended in a lot of recent Najdorf books and courses, where traditionally, Robert, I think, as a Najdorf player almost my whole life, the older books recommended that you take on d5 with the knight. The newer books recommend taking with the bishop, and often eventually trying to go for a trade of dark squared bishops, which would leave white with a relatively lame light squared bishop.
But in this game, no bishop trades, not for the dark square bishops. And there's bishop h3 in some moments. If you're not looking out for it, it can be a huge nuisance. The d5 pawn needs tending to. The c4 square is where that black knight can jump to. So yeah, I do like the sort of layout of black's position because that pawn on d5 is the weakest one on the board.
Yeah, I never liked these positions for white. I always felt overwhelmed by the weakness on d5, the fact that the knight is coming into c4, and the potential of getting a, the short end of the stick positionally in terms of what pieces remain on the board. And this is a great example, Robert. I would take black any day of the week,
yes,
including Monday.
Well, glad today is the day. And there's one idea for black that may not initially come to mind. Bishop d8, pawn to b6, and then taking back on b6 with the bishop. So you improve your bishop's scope. Right now it's staring into its own pawn. And if you move the knight and play bishop g5, you're not really doing much of anything. So trying to get the b6 where it just looks at that f2 pawn and then the white king side, and step one complete.
And you could just tell in the way that the confidence with which Muradli is playing that he is a knight or flare, right? He's just familiar with all the ideas, and he's got a great position. Queen d2, I think, is aimed against b6. Arjun wants to double on the a file. And one thing, Robert, that you don't want to allow, and you'll co-sign this, I think, is a knight getting to c6. That is the worst case scenario in a lot of these positions.
Yeah, I prefer sign to co-sign, but either way is all good.
All right, well, I'm sorry to go off on a tangent.
Yeah, there we go. We're getting nerdy mathematical reference out there.
That was actually pretty smooth, though.
Yeah. No, you're at your A game there. So rook to b8 played first. b6 now, trying to open up that b file. The b2 pawn could become a target. And rook d1, so bishop f1. So be very careful about that. If you play b6 here, you'll run into bishop f1, a6 will drop.
Yeah, b6 is an incredibly committal move, one that you should play if you've made sure that all of the weaknesses you create will be sufficiently well protected. But the problem with these positions is that as white, you're constantly having to monitor the position for b6. Like, you can't take your eyes off of that even for 1 second. And in a blitz game, that could present a serious problem because it's, forces you to sink a lot of time into that. Oh, there's a trap. I think you can't take because of bishop f1.
Right, and there's b4 coming, and your bishop on a5 is not very happy.
Hey, don't put words in its mouth.
I'm just looking at it. It looks a little sad over there. It's trapped.
Sag. Okay, well, black's clock is also a little sag.
Yeah, no, not the worst situation we've seen today from Mohammed. And one really annoying thing for black is you'd like to have that pawn f5 in many positions, but you're not going to spend time moving your knight and then pushing your pawn.
No, because the move f5 also obviously creates weaknesses on the king side. It's not so easy. I mean, you can see the eval bar giving a pretty sizable advantage to black. And maybe you should play b6 anyway, allowing bishop f1 and just moving the queen away. I feel like opening up the queen side might be the most important priority, for the top priority for black here.
Right. And I just understand why.
Ooh.
Wait, did he really take it?
He did. And I guess he wants to. I thought about that. Somehow he's trying to sack the piece for 3 pawns, but how do you do that logistically?
So if b4 here, is knight e4 the response? And if b takes a, is it queen c5?
Oh, and white is overextended.
And exactly, knight takes f2 happens. Bam!
And the queen is overloaded. But the problem is that there's also knight b3 in this position, another way to trap the bishop, which might be even better.
But knight b3 is so easy to overlook because when you see a bishop on a5 that can't move back in the diagonal, you always think of b4, and then knight b3 happens, you're like, oh gosh, come on. That move, forgot about it. And that's why
you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
So ba queen c5 looks good for black, but white doesn't have to rush, right? White can move the queen away, but he took, and he goes right into that line.
And is there some kind of queen e3, just queen a3, queen takes e4, you get a rook and 2 pawns for 2 minor pieces? That looks good for black, for sure.
But black just vacuums up all of the remaining queenside pawns. The rooks are very well positioned in that ensuing position to support the pawns, and black's king is going to be very safe.
Yeah, this looks extremely promising for Muhammad. The good news for Arjun is he is up 50 seconds and he can think and calculate. But with knight takes f2 or knight takes c3 coming, it looks like a problem for white.
There's a really cool idea, which is white can play queen a2, and if you play knight takes f2, throw the knight onto b3 and attack the tail of the discovery, which is the scariest thing. And if the queen moves, you take your eyes off of the rook on a3, and white can take on f2.
That's super nice. And the queen a2 was just played, so
Nice.
now Mohammed needs to go the other direction. Knight takes c3. It wins a rook and a pawn for a knight. You've already given up a bishop for one pawn, so it's going to be that situation. Black will have a rook and two pawns. White will have the two minor pieces, and I still like Black's chances because the minor pieces need to coordinate and need a bit of an open board. The c file is open. Black controls that completely. a5 is the target. d5 isn't exactly the safest pawn either, but Arjun now, I guess he's controlling all his remaining pawns.
And I think he's trying to get this knight as active as possible, perhaps through d2 to c4 or to e4. And Black can't fall asleep. He's got a lot of these weaknesses. The weak square on f6, weak pawn on d6. Queen shifts over to b4, opening up the c file for the rook. And here comes the knight.
So rook c5, knight c4. If you go rook c8, knight takes d6, and there's rook c2 there. I mean, it's getting really tactical.
Yeah, it is. But you can't really stop knight c4.
Well,
Can you?
I mean, you don't have to rub it in, okay? I know I can't stop it.
No, I kind of do. But I was just wondering if you could stop it, though.
So rook c.
You haven't given me a clear answer.
I don't have one, all right?
Now rook b1 is possible. And you've got to watch out for forks, right? It's so easy to blunder a move like knight e4 at an inconvenient moment.
Knight e4?
Oh, my God. Not bad. Hey, that was... I would take my tangent pun by a little bit, but I'll give you an A-.
I appreciate that. That's the grade I was always looking for in college, so I'm satisfied.
I never give A's, and I generally give B's or C's, so you should be honored.
I feel second to none. And queen d4 centralized, no forks available. You're pointing out the a6 pawn, the b7 pawn is defended for now, but the rook on b8 is not. And also that rook can go up to b6 if you're not looking out for it, because d6 is the pawn that white would like to target.
But what bothers me is the prospect of black going rook bc8 and then sticking a rook on c2. That could actually happen here. Rook bc8 is what worried me. Bishop takes b7, rook c2,
Wow,
and you could get checkmated.
And the bishop now is under attack because the pawn was pinned. It no longer is. And there's no way to stop rook to c2. You can play bishop c4, trying to close down the file there. And that may be the chance that white needs, because it's not like the notion of rook takes c4, knight takes c4, rook takes c4, rook takes b7. But the problem is d5 is loose. The king is in trouble if the rook c1 checks. So yeah, it's the best that white can do, but it's clearly not enough.
Rook c1 and a queen e4 there, I think is devastating. And black's king, once again, is perfectly safe, which gives black essentially as much time as he needs in that ensuing position to spring the mating net. He's got to take.
And he's got to do it quickly. Why is he always spending so much time here?
Yeah, this is a decision that he needs to make intuitively. And he finally makes it. The only source of danger is the A pawn, which gives black finite time. But what is the move after king h3?
Rook
Where
G1.
is the knockout?
Rook G1.
Oh, cutting off the king's escape path back to g2. And that results in checkmate.
Oh, he's a
gonna
rook
repeat
c2.
once.
He's a rook c2.
Oh, and he's just going to win the queen.
Yeah, that's actually very nicely done. So
Clinical.
maybe I should stop criticizing Muhammad for spending all this time and say, anytime he's under 10 seconds, he's going to win the game, because he's like been perfect in his time trouble, those final stretches.
His play and time pressure has been astoundingly accurate. And for the first time this match, he is up by a point.
And some people may be surprised about this because Arjun Erigaisi is a household name, not in the same way that Muradli is. You know, I think people don't know about Muradli, is my point. But if you go do this thing called a Google search and find his FIDE ratings, Muradli's Blitz rating is over 2,600. So nearly 100 points higher rated than his FIDE Classical at the moment. And he is clearly on the rise. So I'm looking at his chess. I'm looking at his title. Underrated, undertitled. He is getting the Grandmaster title approved, but he is playing a great match to this point.
He's such a dynamic, well-rounded player with a very interesting opening repertoire. But in this particular instance, Robert, he might be in too deep.
In this, I'm just looking at these games. The wheels are turning. I don't know. I mean, A4, it stopped B5, and then the knight comes to C6, and the knight can go to A5, which is often very annoying to deal with because the B3 square is available, and then the D4 pawn can be targeted through that manner. So this is not looking very easy for white to continue.
Although I personally never liked these types of positions for either color. When I would play white, my opponents would invariably take c4 and then cling to the pawn and eventually get b5 in, and I'd be lost. But when I would be black, somehow they'd always develop compensation and an overwhelming initiative in the center. You know what I mean? These are very uncomfortable positions sometimes for both sides.
That's true, because if you cling to the pawn, then you're maybe not as focused on the center. Although with the move knight a5 available soon, and maybe even striking with c7 to c5, I'm very concerned that white will just be down a pawn and never have the ability to get enough compensation for it.
Yeah, that's a very not unlikely outcome. He puts his knight on e5, so he is obviously trying to get after that pawn. But as you pointed out, Robert, that's only half of the story, because even if you win the pawn and black gets c5 in a good set of circumstances, you might get a bad IQP position, isolated queen pawn.
Is there queen d5 here? Oh my gosh, he plays it.
Oh, and bishop f6. Do you want knight takes c4?
I absolutely do, yeah.
Oh, man. Okay, so knight c4, bishop g7. What's going on here?
Just rook g8? Or do I take...
I guess you could throw that in first.
Yeah.
No, this looks terrible. Knight b2. But maybe not knight b2, because white has, quote-unquote, simply queen c2.
Simply, right? Because queen a5 doesn't look scary at all. There's maybe d5 there.
But, okay. Yeah, exactly. And
but
h7
okay,
hangs.
Right. You can keep chasing the bishop around before playing knight takes b2, so there's like rook g6 and stuff. But yeah, it's messy.
It is very Lionel.
I'm just happy that I saw queen d5. Like, I don't need to work out the rest. I saw the first move and like, yeah, okay, there's something there.
And very practical decision making by Arjun, right? He took a couple of seconds, and I think that's exactly what he told himself, right? Did he calculate all of the complications? No way. But it's very clear that the stakes are not very high for black, because at the very worst, you've given up a pawn for a big initiative, right?
Yeah. And even here at the start, bishop f6, you could probably play g takes f6. There's no reason why you can't just recapture. If the knight captures an a5, the queen can just go over there. So I'm looking at knight takes e4. I'm looking tactically at this position. I'm sure Arjun as well, especially because he's up 2+ minutes. He is more than double the time of Muhammad.
And now he can take three different minor pieces 4 different ways, or not take any of them and play knight e4.
But isn't bishop takes c3 check just available here?
It is, and g takes f6. Black is up a healthy pawn, and look at this king on e2. So you can even throw in another check on b2.
But then the king would have went to f3.
Ah. Okay, yeah, and then it's safe.
Yes, then it's perfectly safe over there. So on one hand, black's up a pawn, and the white king is on e2. On the other, there are these types of positions where, like, rook comes to c5, pawn goes to a5. Like, black is sort of just stuck there on the queen side, and whenever you are missing pawns, you have open files for your pieces. So it's not unlikely that white gets counterplayed down the c and b files.
That's very true. And another important subplot to keep track of is who can activate their bishops faster. And I mean, can black find a good home for his bishop? I think that's what Arjun is prioritizing. Taking on c7, I feel like, is out of the question due to bishop c6 trapping the rook.
So that's a great move, because so many people say, no, my c7 pawn's hanging, I had to play c6. But if you play c6 at any moment, your bishop on d7 becomes a big pawn. And after, I don't like king d2.
Castles?
Yeah, I don't know. King d2 seems not what you want.
Yeah, that walks right into an x-ray. It creates the possibility of e5, which you could even play here if you wanted.
Right, that king is wide open in the center. He starts with bishop c6. Can't really complain about that decision.
No, Arjun is totally dominating here.
Yeah, this, you don't want to bring your king in the center more than it already was, because on e2 is in the bishop's path. So I understand king to d2, but the king has nowhere really to run to at this point.
No, I mean none. There's just no safe haven for the king on either side of the board. He goes bishop d3.
Wow.
Arjun snaps off another pawn, and he could even take another one on h2.
But I would be a bit careful here from Arjun, because c7's hanging, and if you play bishop c6, you need to look out for a sacrifice on c6 at some moment. And doesn't seem like white has enough for the time being. But where is black's king going?
Yeah, if you castle queenside, then the possibility of rook takes c6 becomes even more dangerous, coupled with bishop takes a6 ideas. But Mohammed actually forces the trade of bishops.
I like it.
But what if black takes and goes c6? Where is it going to be a rook b1 attacking b7? Is that his idea?
Yes, and then if you castle queenside, there'll be rook b6 ideas, and there are all sorts of sacrifices. Actually, we just showed that position quickly.
Yeah.
We might not even need to
we don't have
do
to
anything. If rook b1 castles queenside, you think, oh, I have b7 defended, and that means c6 feels okay. With that rook coming up to b6, I guess, yeah, right now it's a blunder of a rook. So I overlooked that fact. Too bad that king was there.
You can move the king out first. b6 square is not going anywhere. And there's constantly going to be threats of rook takes c6 and queen b1 and all sorts of shenanigans. In the game, okay, Muradli starts with king e2.
That's better for sure.
f5, and now queen b1 is possible. You could take that pawn, Robert, but perhaps Arjun wants to orchestrate a little queen sally with queen a3. We're about to find out.
I was actually just
or
wondering.
Did he blunder that?
I thought he blundered it.
Maybe. I'm giving him,
Rook c6?
Rook c6?
Yes.
Oh my God.
And it just turned around completely. Mohammed is finding all the tactics that he needs to.
But look, this position is mesmerizing, and both rooks are sort of hanging. The rook on f5 is formally not hanging, but it's still an amazing position.
They're
that
both
king is
hanging.
going to get hunted down.
Yeah, they're both hanging, but they're also both about to sacrifice for it. Rook takes e6 or rook takes f7. I mean, there's sacrifices everywhere. If you take on c6, queen c6, the rook on a8 is loosey-goosey over there. You'd have to play king e7 just to keep your rooks defended. But then queen b7 check is lights out because your rooks lose coordination.
Can you castle kingside?
Oh,
Can you castle kingside? Maybe that's the best chance. I mean, I'm not saying the king is safe there.
Rook g5 or queen g4 and rook h5 is tempting, but then you sacrifice your queen.
Okay, so there's got to be something here. I mean, the email bar.
Rook c1 after. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, and rook is coming to
mistake.
h1.
Why is that a mistake?
Maybe rook c5 and rook h5 was better. Is there like rook c8 and rook c2?
Oh my god!
Oh my god! And king t3, rook fc8.
That is so sick.
But he probably found a better practical move.
Oh my gosh, that was so sick. In only 16 seconds from Muradli.
Just like somehow it's gotten really complicated.
I would just play rook h1. Black has to sacrifice the queen, and then you're not really in any danger as white. Winning will be difficult, but you're not going to lose.
Yeah, now all three results are possible. Rook is coming to c7. You could play rook f7 here, but then there's a check on c8, and that could be devastating.
Yeah, there'll be checkmates on the g file, it would seem. Oh, goodness.
Whoa. Another pawn bites the dust, but rook e8, and black's getting active, and he might have his own rook sack on e3.
I was looking for just an f4.
Uh-oh, rook e3 is now a huge threat. 1 second, he missed it.
And
rook e3 and it's mate.
Oh my gosh.
Unbelievable turnaround.
Queen g1 check.
And queen takes f2, and the king is hunted down on the queen side.
And that's where Mohammed's continued time trouble comes to haunt him. There's still a minute and a half left. We are getting one final game. But Daniel, I want you to show, if you can, that rook c2, rook c8 line, because that is beautiful.
Well, and definitely one more moment at the end there that was instructive. But I came up with this idea. I don't think it works, but the idea would have been to go rook c8, rook h1. Now rook c2 check. The queen is overloaded. Queen takes c2, queen h1. And if king d3, which looks like it wins the game, right? Because the queen can't move away, you get mated. There's rook fc8. And the queen blocks the king's escape, so rook takes h2 results in rook 8 c3.
Tanya,
Checkmate.
I gotta mention this. To go back before rook takes h2, is there rook g8 check after rook c8?
Oh my.
But there's not, because queen g4 check.
Oh,
King
and f5
moves-
in the end.
Yeah, exactly.
What? Rook c3, it's no longer mate, but now you got a pawn fork.
Yeah, it's easy to stop calculating when you realize the king can escape, but then you think, uh-oh, baby fork.
That is so stunning. But Robert, I think the turning point, even though this wasn't a mistake, you called it. White had to go rook h1. He had to recognize that with 5 seconds on the clock and such an unsafe king, going for a position like this where you're essentially not risking at all and probably still winning would have been a lot more practical.
Right. But either way, we're deep. Not that deep. We're into the next game where only light square bishops have been traded. Now Arjun going after the dark squares on the king side. You lose that fianchetto piece. Your king feels a little bit less safe. But with the pawn structure the way it is here, Danya, d4 not going to be available to white. Black's knights hopping into e5. I feel like Muhammad's position is pretty good. But I also wonder if he's worried about his tactics in the match, especially after losing a game like that.
Yeah. No, I certainly would be, especially because...
Pawn takes.
Right, because we're about to have the 3-minute portion, and that's a nice positional move.
Fantastic. Yes. I mean, I think people hate doubling their pawns. I talk about this all the time. Doubling your pawn in blitz seems like a bad decision. It's really hard to keep defended. But there's a big problem, and it's exactly where you're pointing to.
I feel like Arjun's openings, they've left quite a bit to be desired in some games. But again, the time management has been exquisite. Queen d4. I would have expected knight d4, but obviously the queen trade. Oh man, I was going to say the queen trade works in black's favor because white essentially relinquishes all of his winning chances.
I thought this was completely out of the question. In fact, instead of queen
Same.
takes d4, I was wondering if knight a4 was possible because that c5 pawn was loose.
Yeah, now it just looks miserable. I guess Arjun is saying that it's very hard to break through. And eventually, Robert, black can bring the knight back. White can bring the knight back to e2, try to get a knight trade, and perhaps black will have no infiltration points.
But it's like, congratulations. The best you're going to do is set yourself up for groveling for a draw, right? It's like,
Right.
White can never, ever, ever be better here. And not that he had too much of a choice once d takes e5 happened, but this is just looking like it's gone wrong for white out of the opening.
Yeah, but the frustrating thing here for Muhammad is that if he moves the b pawn, he gives up that a4 square you mentioned earlier. For example, b4 knight a4, I think, is maybe a step in the wrong direction because you've also closed down the queen side. And white can handle the d file, right? White can absolutely handle the d3 pawn. You would ideally want to create a second weakness or a second front, but that's much easier said than done.
Although with that knight offside in a4, so if we just try to conceptualize this, the black king will
Sure.
go to d6, and f5 was going to be a move that I was going to mention anyway, but the king goes to d6 to protect c5, then you start playing g5, h5, start throwing pawns forward on the king side, bring your rooks over there. So I feel like at some point b4 could be useful, and that's why the knight is going back towards the center, but that was a mistake apparently.
And it wasn't because of knight c6.
I don't know if I like h4. I don't know really if I like anything about white's position.
Right. Yeah, but h4 potentially creates more weaknesses on the king side. Muhammad doubling rooks on the d file, putting as much pressure as he can on the d3 pawn.
King
Wait,
E3. Something's so wrong about this position.
Yeah, but again, he's 2 minutes up on the clock. Knight b4.
Is there
Aided
a3?
by the eval bar.
Because a3, cb, ab, and rook c1 or rook c2. One of these moves.
Oh, and all of a sudden that c pawn. It
Yes.
finally comes back to haunt black. Oh, takes b5. That's so counterintuitive.
And he finds
And
it.
Arjun finds it. Uh-oh. Never say never. Is black worse?
Yes, because knight d4, you can even play rook takes c5 immediately.
Yeah. He's
No,
losing
black.
the pawn?
Black certainly is now worse. And I can't believe it because it seemed like a position where you had the clamp, and that is a moment where it's easy to take your eyes off the possibility of white gaining some activity because you had all of the board in your control. And then one oversight night before looked reasonable, but it gets kicked back and c5 is lost.
And this, if Muhammad loses this game, and with every ticking second that's seems to become increasingly more likely, this is going to be an incredibly frustrating end to the 5-minute portion, because he had a position with essentially zero risk. And maybe in retrospect, he should have played b4, closing up the queen side, because it is precisely the queen side that is likely to lead to his downfall.
He takes that pawn, and all right, white's going to be up a pawn. And I have to say this about Arjun. He's playing very quickly. For the most part, he's been playing well, but it's been very far from his best chess. And if he hasn't given his best chess, and he still is at 4-4 and now trying to press to make it 5-4, that's a really good sign for him in this match, because when he's playing at his best, I mean, we've seen what he's capable of. He can compete with any player on the planet.
He certainly can. Rook a7, Muhammad trying to create counterplay on the queen side, but the eval bar continues to dip in continues to move in white's favor. Oh, what a great choice by Arjun. Look at that king sinking its teeth onto f4.
Wow, and you have e5 check for both white and black, but black's e5 gets captured. White's does not, and gives white the g5 square to bring that king in later. So, wow, nicely done.
It's so frustrating that e5 or g5 would have both been checkmate, but neither move is effective any longer.
E5 check.
And king g5?
And rook takes b5 just to win a pawn and protect b3.
No, Muhammad has collapsed here completely. Yeah, rook b5 is the most clinical.
King g5 doesn't look like a problem at all from white's perspective. It looks like a great move. But yeah, I would just take on b5 and not have to worry about anything.
And then the other rook, if black plays a move like king h6, then the other rook could sink, could occupy the c file, and black might be the one who gets checkmated in the end.
Yeah, I think he's going to sink his battleship over there.
Yes. I was going to say sink its teeth, but
I know.
Just said that.
Yeah, I know. I knew exactly what you were doing. I wasn't trying to call you out for it. I was just trying to play on words with a different game.
Are there any tricks?
No.
Oh, there is a funny trick where, okay, if black plays rook f8 and then gets his rook to e4, that actually would be... Oh, even that wouldn't be made, because the e4 pawn wouldn't be protected.
So you can get the rook to g4, which is absolutely illegal.
Totally possible.
Gosh, this is miserable for black. I mean, rook d6 just wins the d4 pawn, but e6, of course, under attack.
Isn't it crazy how much the landscape of the position has changed? If you look at the position 15 moves ago, you would think it's from a different game.
Yeah, it was closed, and only black could start attacking things, and now it's an extra pawn for white, and about to be extra 2.
And he's trying to get something going here with rook e2 and rook f7, but there's just nothing. And here comes another pawn. Last try by black. Maybe a stalemate. If rook takes c6, rook d7 happens, black can try to give away both of his rooks, but it's not feasible.
We say rook d7 from black, but then rook
But
takes.
it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately for black, he still has f4.
Don't worry. I was thinking about the same swindle you were.
Of course. Would expect nothing less.
Well, Arjun Erigaisi ends the 5+1 portion with a 5-4 lead. And that might be what Smarter Chess predicted. I don't fully remember, but now that I'm seeing the score, he had Arjun with the lead out of the segment. And oh my, it was 5-4. Are you kidding me?
Unbelievable.
It just always feels like he lucks into it. Smarter
Yeah,
Chess,
it feels like he's going to be way wrong, and then something happens in the last 2 games.
Right, it was 4-3 in Muhammad's favor. Then Arjun wins the last 2 games. And that last one, he was just worse at the opening. And then it ends up 5-4. So Smarter Chess is correct. Arjun Erigaisi is thrilled that he is accurate in his predictions, because that means he leaves the first section with a 5-4 lead. And well, we are going to take a break like the players. We are going to play some videos for you to get you excited during the break, but only some of you will be able to watch that, because others of you, you're not subscribed to the channel. So take care of that. We'll be back in a few. See you soon.
doing everything he can here. Queen takes c6. Oh my God, this is not over.
Knight e4, but the queen d8 check. No, f8.
No, a4, Luft. Oh my God, rook f7 is coming. Rook f8.
Oh
d5.
my
White is
goodness.
winning. White is winning.
Oh, queen. Daya, you're missing.
Oh, he's got a little time. Queen f1. Oh my God. God, black is now flying again.
No way.
Oh my God, it's still a game. Somehow c4. Here come the other pawns.
Oh my God, I can't watch this
I've
anymore.
never seen
Daya.
anything like this in my life. Queen e6
Oh,
check.
Queen
And
e6
black
check.
is
Is
gonna
it
win.
over? H2.
It's
That's
over.
it.
It's over.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I think Daya, we need a breather after this. Indeed, Anna, and you gotta be careful here to not give a stalemate, as in you place your pieces in such way. No, as I was saying, that it just happened.
You jinxed it this time. It wasn't me this time. It was you. We are so good at this.
We are a great team, Anna. I have to admit it. I was just about to say you do not want to allow the stalemate. You will put your pieces in such a way the king has nowhere to move, and then the queen is free to go wherever.
Welcome to my world. Time to attack!
A knight on the rim is grim. Are you sure you know what you're doing?
Chess Kid is proud to present a charity simul exhibition with GM Anna Muzichuk in benefit of Ukraine. The three-time world champion will play 15 lucky members all at the same time. For more details, head to http://gochess.chess.com/AnnaSimul and tune in tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific right here on chess.com. And I personally want to extend my thoughts and everything in my being to Anna Muzichuk and everyone in Ukraine. She's a good friend of mine. She's been a commentator with chess.com. So really hoping that's a great event, and the cause is one that is near and dear to our hearts. But right now, we are in the middle of the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We have Arjun Erigaisi taking on Muhammad Muradli. Smarter Chess's predictions presented by chessgoals.com were correct in the 5+1 portion, as Arjun Erigaisi leads by 1 point. Danya, that 3+1 section heavily in Arjun's favor. Do you agree with that?
Well, I agree with the fact that, Arjun is in great shape. He's coming out of the 5-minute portion with a 1-minute lead. He's an incredibly experienced 3-minute player. And I think for Muhammad Muradli to go against the grain here and prove Smarter Chess wrong, which of course we all want, even though we don't root for anyone in particular, we just root for Smarter Chess to be wrong. He's going to have to speed up. He's going to have to trust his intuition a little bit more, Robert, in those critical moments. And
Yes.
let's see if he is up to the task. And again, we have in English.
And I think Muhammad will speed up, not just because he was struggling with clock management in the longer time control, but that's what happens when players get back to their familiar time control. Now he's in his Title Tuesday element, something that he plays all the time in casual blitz games. And so from the white side of this Catalan position, we'll see how he handles this. And Arjun challenging for the long diagonal.
Yes, he is. And it's important to point out that 95, which is often very dangerous in such positions, of course, doesn't work, because after knight takes e5, black simultaneously hits the queen. So he is going to be able to fianchetto his bishop. And he solved his opening problems here already, I think.
Yeah, and white typically tries to strike with d4, but that initiates a series of trades, and bishop d6 played. Arjun is ready to castle. Now, the one thing you have to look out for is knight g5. It doesn't work here because the knight f6 protects h7, but it's so easy to forget about that idea where the bishop on b7 is loose.
Yeah, especially when there's tension on other pieces. Now, he takes with a knight. I was half expecting him to take with a rook. And I always feel like when the light square bishops are traded, that's 95% of the time in black's favor, because now white has to permanently worry about his king.
Yeah, that's true. Although in certain endgames, and with the queens in the c file, I'm starting to think what happens if the queens get traded. That c6 square is available for white to take control of. And the d file, white already has a rook in that line. So I like the way that Muradli is looking at this position. If queen b7 check, you think, yes, I get your king. There'd be queen c6, and maybe even queen c6 right now.
Now, yeah, I think that was his idea. And he plays it. And you're right, I really underestimated the weakness of the c6 square. And all of a sudden, I'm really starting to like white's position. This is like a dream kind of Catalan situation with that square on c6 being firmly occupied by white's pieces.
Where is Peter Lecco when you need him? I mean, he was playing these types of positions from the white side of the Catalan for decades.
Hang on a second, Robert. In this position, after knight takes c6, white getting big advantage in the Catalan. This is a dream position. Hang on a minute, but knight g4 trying to attack e3. So maybe queen back to f3. But then you take, and you really don't want to take with a pawn. Or do you?
I don't think you do, but you also don't want to give up the diagonal. But if you queen b7 check, you can still play queen f3. Most of these endgames, whether you get a knight to c6 or not, will be better for white.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Muradli is. He's making a beeline for that endgame. And now you have the c6 square that you have to keep track of. You have the d file that you need to watch out for, and I think he's doing a great job of it.
Although that bishop on e5 is so perfectly placed. It attacks d4. If that knight moves, you can take on c3 if you want to get knight versus knight ending. And it covers d6, which can be a square that white seeks control of.
Yeah. But it appears that the worst is behind him. Arjun has made a very, very accurate couple of moves here. Muhammad could try to get this bishop off of e5, but it can shift back to f6, or at this point, you could probably already get away with trading on d4.
Yeah, and f4 is played, and he goes back. I like that more, because if the rook took on d4, it just feels like white is either ready to double or play rook to b6. Actually, rook to b4 to attack b6. That was the point. And
there is tactics, but I don't know if they work, because white infiltrates.
Yeah, there's rook c7 at the end. I think that's you're happy with your tactic, like, oh, I saw that you didn't, and then you regret going for it because the end looked pretty good for white there.
Right. Instead, he pulls the trigger on the trade, occupies the d-file with his rook. I feel like this is heading toward a draw.
And don't go rook b4 because there's knight d3.
Cool. Easy to miss. Yeah, rook cd1. We might have a mass trade on the d-file, but he decides to keep rooks on the board. And I think Mohammed is still trying to play for a win here. I think he still believes that he's got a tiny, minuscule edge that could become quite bothersome, Robert, if the knight is pushed off of c5.
Right. There's no rook c8 availability because of discoveries along the c-file with knight d5 check. So if b4 right now, knight b7, I guess, is there knight d3 instead, actually?
Yeah, knight d3, I think, was his idea, which is why Muradli moves the rook out of dodge. And now knight d3 doesn't come with the same luster, and white has time to play a3.
Oh, b5, I thought trapped the rook, but there's rook c6. I missed that square.
It comes close.
And if white can get e5, knight e4, white would have an advantage for sure. But black does have f6 in those positions to try and undermine that pawn on e5.
And he takes the plunge. He goes knight d3. His follow-up is g5,
Wow.
carving out the e5 square, and then the rook is trapped if you take on g5.
Oh my
Amazing
goodness.
move. And
Yeah,
you can't play king f3, another fork.
And if you go king e3, there still might be knight e1, followed by rook d3 check.
Oh my god, and the rooks stream in with great effect. 43 seconds for Mohammed. Is he losing control of the game?
He definitely is. Can you play e5? That does defend the f4 pawn, and then he gives the e4 square to the rook. It's a bit awkward, though.
Yeah. I think you might have to, though. He's down to 27 seconds. All of a sudden, time becoming a factor. And he plays e5.
So, rook e4.
Oh, rook e4, rook c8.
Oh my gosh. I mean, just what full board awareness from Arjun.
Oh. And knight d5, e takes d5 is a critical detail.
Yes. You can't move as white. Rook e3 hangs f4. King e3, there might be knight e1 and rook d3 check ideas. I mean,
or just rook dc7.
Well, your knight's hanging.
There's no moves. He's in Zugzwang. He's lost. He's down to 1 second. This is unreal.
Knight f4. Don't play knight d5.
Happen?
Just don't play knight d5 there.
Oh, okay. He's gonna flag. No, somehow he hasn't flagged.
And if you go rook e4, knight takes e5, that's a second extra pawn, and that is just over.
91. I mean, there's got to be a killer shot here.
Yeah, actually, rook e4, king e4 somehow allows white to continue.
I feel like 91 was winning on this. Okay, he's gonna flag. There's just no way. What a game! What a turnaround!
Yeah, black had like 8 different moves, so there was no way to predict what was about to be played.
Right, you couldn't pre-move. You couldn't even hover your mouse over anything. And Robert, that was a big blow because Muradli was just attacking all game. Another risk-free position that went south in the span of like 3 moves.
Yeah, and he's now lost 3 straight games. Is the match getting out of hand? We'll see how he plays this, but he showed great understanding and skill in the Najdorf several games ago.
Yeah. And he's going to have to step it up here because for the second time this match, Arjun is up by 2 points. The first time was when he was leading 2-0, and that's when Muradli struck back with a very well-timed victory. He needs another one of those here, badly.
Right, and look at that pawn on h5. It's a real thorn in black's side. Queen g3 is available in your future. Now, e5 may seem like a winning move to many. Oh, the rook on a8's under attack, the knight on f6, but black has no bishop b7, covering the rook and attacking the queen. So just keep an eye out for that.
Okay, so Arjun is taking his time. Obviously, in such positions, sacrifices like knight d5 and knight f5 are very much in play. And he plays queen g3. But wait a second, b4. What's his idea?
Queen g7, rook g8, and then c3 hangs. That's right. Clear.
Ugh.
Knight e4.
And now what if you take on e4? And queen takes g7, there's the additional bishop f6, which becomes possible.
But this is horrible for white.
And you don't even have to rush with knight takes e4. You could play a simple developing move like bishop b7,
and then
which also looks plenty good.
f3, what's the...
Maybe rook c8 and e5? Seems
gosh.
superficial, but how do you defend against that?
No, it's really good because Rook C8 also opens up D5. And if you get D5 in, Black's pieces come to life and White's position is miserable.
Rook C8 is a very calm move, but a very powerful one.
No, this is really, really, really bad for... Well, I mean, this is exactly what Black wants. And you look at where Black's pieces are. It looks like Black made every normal move possible, everything you're supposed to do. And White has a pawn thrown up on H5, and the queen took a few turns to get to G3, and the knight had to retreat. So this is wonderfully played so far by Muradli and shakily played by Arjun.
I do like Rook D2. I was going to say Bishop takes C4 is interesting, but I don't think it's the end-all be-all. Because even after you take on D2, it's the knight on D4 that's protecting C2. You don't actually need the rook. But it still looks bad.
Queen takes G7 not available for that reason that the knight on D4 is...
Whoa! Oh, it takes Queen G6?
Oh my gosh, there's Queen C4 somehow? Or Queen A... Okay, this is ridiculously hectic, but some kind of Queen A5 or Queen C4 is necessary. But it's Queen C4, which is the wrong choice, apparently.
And now White can throw in knight takes G7 check and then start thinking. But maybe for some reason you want your knight on E6. I'm not sure. How do you make heads or tails of this position? The queen is also hanging. Let's not forget about that.
Wow, okay, let's think tactically.
Which I almost did.
Yeah. Don't want to blunder the queen, that's for sure. And you can move your knight away from E2 because the queen on C4 is loose, but we probably need to take care of our queen on G3 first.
Especially because queen takes A2 is a massive threat with queen A1 mate to follow.
Yeah. Okay, no, in a blitz game, Black has to be winning this position, right?
Yeah, I don't see a move. Queen G7, bishop F6. Black's king is quite safe here. I mean, you have one check. The king shifts over to F8, and then knight takes D2 becomes a huge problem.
Oh, okay, so queen, he was knight G7, king F8.
So if you play queen G4, I simply take on D2, right?
Yes.
And Black is winning. Because White's position is just collapsing here.
So is queen E1? No, but then you're taking A2. That's...
You need to prevent queen takes A2, but your queen is hanging. And B3.
Oh my goodness.
And I think he found the only way to stay in the game because he manages to accomplish the key task while counterattacking Black's queen. Oh my lands. So knight G3 and knight H1, Robert. The white knight gets back to F5. And white is down in exchange, but the knight on H1 is in serious trouble there.
Yeah, no, that knight gets trapped. And the knight on F5 is great. D6 is a problem. I mean, this H6 is hanging. I take it back. I thought that Black wins this position in most of the time. Then B3 happens, and now I'm changing my tune completely.
That is an insane move. And the only way to stay in the game. And does Black have any alternatives to knight takes G3? Oh my god, Black might have his own desperado sack with queen takes E2.
But then there's knight E6 check, and then you have to go king E8.
Oh my god, because you can't take due to queen F4 check. And is it a draw? That would be the most bizarre repetition I've ever seen. He doesn't go for it, though.
And now we have this position, which of course is approximately equal. What's the material count? So Black is up in exchange, not even for a pawn, but H6 is loose, D6 is loose. The knight on H1 is stuck over there. This is crazy.
This is nuts. Knight F4. And all of a sudden, I almost feel like white has the practical chances here. Given the danger that he wins the knight on H1 eventually. Look at how active his knights are, but the bishop could come out to G5.
And can you take on C4 here? Because after bishop C4, rook C4, I mean, there's all sorts of ideas. He plays bishop G5 first.
Now I can play rook takes D6, and that C-pawn could potentially rumble forward. He goes knight D5 instead.
So knight takes C4. I still want to take that pawn on C4.
Yeah. No, I think you should.
Down to 10 seconds. It's got to go.
What a ridiculous position. Now down to 5 seconds. That's been a problem all match long.
Okay, so he trades those. The knight is still trapped, but it can't be attacked. H6 looks good.
Oh, knight F6 creating mate threats. Rook E2 also.
Rook F4. There's not rook takes D6. There's rook takes
G4.
F5. Oh my gosh, G4 is nice.
And then knight G3.
The knight d7 check?
King e8, and we have a
Knight
repetition.
f6. Oh my gosh, this is the repetition that we deserve.
This is wild. And I don't think Arjun should go for anything else. He's down on exchange. You cannot afford to give up either of the knights. And a draw.
Yes, and Muhammad down to his last few seconds, but secures the draw when all is said and done. And that was a very hectic game.
And Muhammad will not be happy when all is said and done with the result, because let's not forget, he had an amazing position, right? That all came from a position in which Black had a dream knight or a setup, but somehow that move b3, that was the critical resource which got Arjun back into the game. Incredible defensive skill.
Wow. And now we see a London system that has transformed instead of a symmetrical pawn structure after the black pawn took on d4, white took with the e pawn, and there's a knight on h5, which looks dim on the rim, but the f4 square is available to that piece, or in the event of that bishop retreat, you can take it on g3 at any moment.
But probably not now, because that would open up the h file. The moment white castles, though, you could start considering it, but he goes for the idea that you mentioned first, knight f4, and Black's position looks pretty darn good here.
Yeah, bishop's under attack on d3, g2's under attack, so if you don't want to move your bishop back to f1, you should probably take on f4.
Then Black takes, and he plays e6, e5. He's got the bishop pair, and potentially control over the center. I think Black is slightly better.
Is he thinking about queen c2 here?
Oh, and he plays it. That's a very ingenious idea.
Knight takes g2 check, king f1, h7 is hanging, and that h7 pawn, you're going to regret losing it.
Because then the g6 squares weaken and these sorts of shenanigans become possible.
Mm-hmm.
Although maybe that's not the end of the story. The c6 knight could also defend the g6 square from e7. So maybe this is actually worth considering. And he plays it. And we're going to see that position on the board.
Wow. And brave choice by both players, but it looks so dangerous for that king on h8, but f5 is about to be the next move to trap that bishop in there. So actually, if they're knight h4, there might even be f5 in some places.
Oh, because the queen also makes contact with the knight, and if bishop f4, you simply play bishop f4, right?
Exactly.
Check, takes with a very double-edged position. Queen h4,
Yeah.
maybe.
If that king were on c1, white would just be winning, but the king's on f1.
Right, then it would be single-edged. I don't know if that's an expression. He has played knight h4.
Okay. So will we see knight e7, which was the first move you recommended? Will we see f5 just to maybe see some trades? I like knight e7. I know I said f5, but knight e7, it just keeps the tension. And I feel like Black, with a superior pawn structure, with the idea to play e5 and bishop h3 check and all that good stuff, that oddly enough, it's the Black king that feels a little safer to me.
Yeah, because g6 is the only entry point, and if it's well protected, then you don't get the sense that the king is in any real danger. Just because white is a piece that's next to it doesn't mean anything.
That's right. And Arjun playing a great game from the Black side. And right now, it's not an easy choice for Muradli. e5 is very clearly an idea for Black. Do you take this knight on f4? You don't really want to, especially not now. So what other move candidates come to mind?
I mean, rook g1 I thought about, but I'm not sure exactly what it does. I feel like the wheels are about to come off on white's position. f5 could end up winning a minor piece.
And Muhammad down to 1 minute, his opponent at nearly 2. This has been the theme of the match.
It absolutely has, and he has played rook g1. I think the point is that after f5, you have a trade on f4, and white can go knight g6 check, and ultimately the bishop is going to be secured by the rook. There's no queen g5 at the end of the line.
Right. Makes perfect sense.
Big moment here for Arjun. e5 is still on the table.
Kind of
I'm
a
pretty sure he has better.
Whoa!
g5.
And wait, is he just going to f5 next and the bishop's trapped? No, but g5 will be loose. So knight f3, not f5.
Rook f7, the bishop can drop back to d3. He takes on f4. That's a huge concession.
Yeah, he wants knight g6 check, I guess.
Yeah, but then Black could take an, if he wants play f5 or even e5 with your idea of planting a bishop on h3.
And I think people would, oh no, queen e7.
Whoa, no.
Yeah, because queen h6, queen g7. That way you don't hang your rook on f8. It's very easy to just go queen takes h7. And as you're pointing out, the knight on d2 is loose at the end. So after queen g7, we trade queens. Otherwise, you lose your bishop. And then you're going to lose your bishop or your knight.
And I think Muhammad just forgot that the knight is hanging at the end of the line. And this game is over. Resigns.
Completely over. No attack whatsoever. You're losing a piece. And Arjun, really accurate defense there. And he's starting to play much better. I said this earlier, right? You know, he had a 5-4 lead, but it didn't feel like he was giving us his best chess. I think he needed a warm up.
Yeah, he definitely did. And he's up by 3. And we're back to what we started with, a King's Indian with an early e5. Usually black castles first, but I guess against bishop e2, e5 is acceptable. And what an interesting sequence here. g4 is quite typical in these positions.
Yes, and white has gained some important space, and now black is trying to keep that knight on c5. White doesn't have b4 anymore, but right at this moment, is bishop takes c5 a threat? I don't think so, especially with the exposed dark squares in white's camp. So you don't need to react to the bishop attacking the knight.
And very often you leave the knight on c5, even if in some other situation, white, let's say, has a queen on f2, right? You're almost never worried. You can't play the King's Indian if you're going to be worried about losing every individual pawn. You definitely want to get rid of white's dark squared bishop if possible.
Right. And bishop d7 to develop, h4 to throw the pawn up the board. Whenever somebody fianchettos, you should think about pushing that pawn. And I know AlphaZero gets a lot of credit for revolutionizing the way we think about chess, but these kind of h4 moves have been around for pretty much as long as the game has been played, because h5 is just such a natural idea to give white an attack using the pawn as a hook.
And now g5, tossing the knight back to h7. And white's, attacking the king side isn't white's only plan. What you sometimes see is white actually castling queenside, but then also attacking on that same queen side with an eventual a3 before. Now, that's a very risky idea if your king is on the same side of the board. So a very, very complex double-edged position, but white should be better here.
And speaking of pawn pushes on the same side as your king, f6 or f5 are available to black, but opening the g file could backfire because of, and he plays f5. But I was going to say, if you take en passant here, g takes f6, that g6 pawn is loose.
And white ignores the f pawn, giving black a chance to lock up the king side, which he does. And now white takes on c5, Robert, but the circumstances have changed quite a bit.
I don't think I like this decision from Arjun's perspective. Because...
So d6, c6?
d6, c6. Do I need to actually move my pawn? Like, is d takes c7 that huge of a threat?
Well, I mean, obviously you would have to attend to your bishop.
Yeah, I was going to think about rook f7 as one move, or even bishop takes h3 in some lines, but I of course was not certain. But he is maybe playing bishop f8 to d6.
And white is playing bishop f1 to h3, trying to get rid of black's light squared bishop. Interesting.
Yeah, big issue for black is that you would like to open up the position for yourself. Not easy to do that. But on the other side, or on the other hand, I should say, you play bishop h3, I play bishop d6. Where is white's progress going to come from?
Yeah, it's not clear. No, I mean, white has to play this very slowly. I think knight c3, king b1, make incremental improvements on the queen side, and eventually find an opportunity to somehow try to infiltrate. He gets the king over to the other side of the board. Very, I don't know what the word is for that. That isn't
very
so
Petrosian.
atypical. Very Petrosian indeed.
Yes, the Petrosian king walk, trying to go over to g2 because there are no access points on the king side. So if you're going to play for opening the queen side, your king does not want to be on that side of the board. You were mentioning this a long time ago. So here comes the king to g2.
And you don't want to fall asleep entirely because eventually black could and sometimes does sacrifice on g5. Now there's the threat of knight takes c4. So there's a full-fledged battle going on for control of the queen side. Ooh, I don't like that at all.
No, because now once you take b5 will be available to black. The knight goes back to c8, or a8. I don't know where exactly it should go, but either way, b5 is happening. Maybe you can even start with rook b8 here, and I like that decision because now you can bring your knight to c8 without blocking your rook's access to the flank.
And I think white's trying to get his knight to c3 in response to that. But then black could go knight e7. If he can shove b5 through, there's no way that white is prepared to meet that adequately.
No, this is just... I mean, look at the rook on h3. What's it doing over there? It has to go back to h1 at some point, but it's going to be or to h2. It's going to be a defensive piece.
It absolutely is, and white's going to have to put all hands on deck to defend the b2 pawn. There's b5, and if you don't trade on b5, the knight's going to come to d4, and that's going to be a total disaster.
Oh yeah, you can't afford that. And if you do trade on b5, look at the firepower staring down the line here. This is a Banco gambit where you haven't gambited anything.
Right, where you haven't sacrificed a pawn.
I'm thinking about c4, but I'm not sure it's good because it's rook c3.
Goes rook b4, so maybe preparing to triple.
Rook takes e4 as well. I know that I'm giving up a lot of material, but it gives me the g4 square. A bunch of pawns are hanging. I don't think you should do it. I'm just keeping an eye out for it.
What about c4?
Oh, he was
lining it's no longer a threat.
Okay, so white can never take on a4. That's the good news.
Mm-hmm.
The bad news is 15 seconds left for black.
And it's not entirely clear how to make further progress because you cannot play c4. White takes with the rook. And Arjun could just go back and forth here, which is one of the most frustrating things to meet in such time pressure.
Okay, and I like that by Muhammad, though. He didn't rush a takes b3.
Rook to d4. Now c4 once again is in play.
It also b takes a4 might be possible, giving up your rook on c3 for a draw by perpetual check.
What a move, and he plays it. And I think Muhammad might actually have to go for it. Go for the draw. He's got 5 seconds.
Just take on b1. Whoa!
d2 check.
Oh! He wants more.
What a move. He does, but white can take it. White has to take it.
Is
or
king
does
h3?
he?
King h3?
I feel like he does, though, because... Oh, wait. King h3 might actually be possible.
Yeah. But then rook takes b1 anyway, and we can make that same draw.
No, he does end up taking. Now, Muhammad has control of the only open file, which is a huge deal. But white can try to dislodge the rook with a3, or this.
Okay, the rook is pinned. So king h3 is always possible. Queen b2, as you were just indicating, and seems like white has everything under control for now.
Yeah, queen a2, and you essentially won't be able to stop infiltration forever. Queen a4, queen a5. And black has to be a little bit careful here. Don't overpress.
Yeah, black could lose this game.
Oh, queen d8!
Oh.
And that's exact queen f6, and he takes all the pawns with check.
Everything falls in check.
What did Muradli do? Every single pawn. And then the king is going to be able to escape black's checks via g4 once the h5 pawn disappears, right? Oh my goodness. Queen g6, it's over.
I would say he can't catch a break, but it's his own doing. He's in time trouble every single game.
And it didn't punish him during the 5-minute portion. He played excellently. But Robert, just statistically, when you get 6 of these positions, you're going to lose some of them.
For sure. And queen e3, good try. Queen e2 check is the idea. And you protect the f4 pawn. So queen b2, then you start pushing your c pawn. So maybe we shouldn't count Muhammad out just yet. 12 seconds for Arjun.
Yeah, and how do you defend against queen e2 check? You can't mate black's
C4.
king with your queen alone. Here it goes.
Yeah, c3 is a big threat.
But I would have picked up the c pawn and stopped queen e2 simultaneously 4 seconds. d7, but white's first.
Yeah, white is first.
Queen d3.
d3. No!
No!
No.
That went down without a fight.
And, well, Arjun Erigaisi has opened up a 4-point lead. At first, I thought that this was going to be a close game. Then it's getting out of control right now. So I think the break comes at a perfect time for Muhammad Muradli. But Danya, Arjun is on a roll.
He is on a roll. He's winning every type of position. That was a game that Muhammad should not have lost. But we can also understand his urge to overpress. You're down by 3. You want to make the most out of a good position. A heartbreaking loss. And with 30 minutes left in the 3+1 portion, he needs another big-time comeback.
Well, he can catch his breath, look at some of the prep, and try to figure out a way to get back in this match. The players get a break, so we'll take one as well. This is the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We'll be back in just a few.
to fix with the draw when you have well, oh my goodness, it happened right here on national television. Did you see that? Oh my goodness, wonderful. I'm hurt. Oh man. Oh my goodness, bro. I'm like, I hate chess. Wait a second. Oh, he found, yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
This Thursday, the I'm Not GM Speed Chess Championship continues, and we will have the 1 seed, Polina Shuvalova, taking on the 16 seed, David Pruis, known for his work with Chess Dojo Live and all of his great commentary, but he will have his hands full against a fighter who just so happens to be flawless.
That was very smooth, Robert. You have my compliments.
It's not Mortal Kombat, but she hopes it will be a flawless victory. And it's going to be a fun match. So do not miss it. Thursday, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. if you're on the East Coast like me and Danya. And if you're in Europe, you can figure out what time it is. I'm not doing that work for you.
Right. No, I have no interest in making those calculations either. But the calculations have been made in our current match, and they're not very favorable for Mohamed Muradli right now.
No, he's in trouble. He started out with a 2-game deficit. He lost the first 2 games, then he won 2 in a row. He even took a 4-3 lead. But Danya, as soon as we left that 5-minute segment, and even the end of it, where that last game flipped from a disadvantage for Arjun into a win, it's been all the Indian teenager in this matchup.
It absolutely has. And Muradli trying to change up his openings a little bit, and they get a line which I never know what its official name is. I mean, this starts off as a ready, but it's sort of a reverse Benoni with an early b4.
Yeah, and then black plays e5 and white plays c5, and then now black says, no, you're not going to play c5 because I'm going to do it first.
And BC there, it technically won a pawn, but it broke up White's entire queenside structure. Now, generally, in these positions, White fianchettos, just like in a Benoni, and he does, and black expanding in the center.
These positions I never know how to evaluate because black can push some pawns forward, open the position up, but then maybe you regret that decision. And Mohamed is clearly worried about the move e4, which is why he went bishop g5, but he's going to have to take that knight.
He is. And it's only a question of when. It's also a question for black of whether he wants to play h6 and force him into bishop takes f6, or does black want to just develop, there's our answer, he plays h6.
Wow. H6 followed e3, and now the queen's out. That bishop on d6, I was about to say it's a bad piece, and I do not like that move
No,
at all.
no. That knight is coming into c5 with potentially, Robert, decisive effects in e4. Black could tear white's position apart in the blink of an eye, and I think he's going to do that.
Yeah, e4, you may think rook e1 serves you well, but even there, black can often just castle, give up a pawn in the center, and the pieces come flying out, and I'm not sure that white is the least bit happy about this. No, e takes d4, a huge mistake.
Yeah, and he's played e4 first, which is, of course, also perfectly acceptable. Knight c5. He is saving for a rainy day, and that rainy day just came.
I'm looking out the window. It actually does look a little gloomy outside, so I'm hoping
Yeah,
it's not
same
raining.
here.
It's raining. No, I see some rain. So that rainy day has been here all along. We just didn't know it. Arjun, he did. And knight c5, that's... So queen b2 to attack d4.
Wait a minute. If you go queen d1 and black plays f takes c4... Oh, the point is knight d4, I think bishop e5,
Bishop e5.
right? And it's over. You just win the piece.
That's a problem.
Uh-oh. That is a small problem. He went e5.
Whoa. Oh, I was like...
whole rook.
I was like, how did the knight get to b3? It took a queen, and black's queen was taken as well. So that was a very strange-looking sequence. Now it makes more sense. So how many pawns does white have for that rook? 3?
For now, only 2, and... Sorry, 3 right now, but it would be 2 if black takes g7.
But that knight
then
on
the
a1...
knight could get trapped.
Yeah, it is trapped, right? Because the knight on d4 covers the escape square. So that's why Arjun's not just taking on g7. He's considering, can I make a move like bishop c5 to kick that knight away? Is that worth it? Where's the knight going after bishop c5?
I think bishop c5 is very, very much worth it. Don't go bishop e5, obviously, because of rook e1, and the bishop is lost. Bishop c5 forces the knight back and gives the black knight an evacuation path through c2. But another important point, Robert, after bishop c5, rook e1 check, you're actually not afraid to play king f7. Because bishop d5 tech, you take on g7 and you'll be up a piece.
And that's a good lesson, that when you're up a ton of material, it's okay to give some of it back, because if the resulting position leaves you still a few pieces to the good, it is worth it. And bishop b4 played by Arjun, how could you blame him for that move? He's the evo bar went down, but he's making sure that knight on b1 can't get out. If you play a3, then that knight can also escape via the b3 square. So I think that white may have to play this slowly. Weird thing to say when someone's down a full rook, but rook c1 allows the knight to go to c3 next, and then that knight on a1 is finally going to be chased down.
But he's played a3, and this is an even worse version of the line that we just looked at, bishop c5. Bishop a5 is obviously not out of the question. I mean, you can also try to keep this knight confined. I think either move looks good.
I actually really like bishop a5 because there's no rook e1 check. So you don't have to worry about dropping your rook on g8. You'll just take on g7 the next move. So he had 2 good choices, and he goes this.
Oh, but he was a little greedy. He didn't want to play king f7.
Okay.
But white responded immediately with rook d1.
And what was the eval bar is going down quite a bit. So knight c3, bishop takes d4. There is that knight d5 check, and the king will have to go to b8. And even though the black knight escapes, look at how much activity white has, and that rook on a8 is stuck in the corner.
Yeah, white has a tremendous amount of activity. I'm still very, very pessimistic. I think the black is only a couple of moves away from consolidating, but it's something, and white just has to bite the bullet and accept that he's not going to trap this knight, instead go for piece activity.
Well, I'll try to match your pessimism with my optimism, and with that rook going to d4 over to h4 and knight coming to d5, sure, it's bad. I'll acknowledge that, but I'm just trying to keep hope.
But you're right. If white can get to this h6 pawn even, he'll have 3 pawns for the rook. He'll have an outside passer, but what he doesn't have is time, and he's down to 15 seconds. Knight c3, Robert, is a move that he should have played in 5 seconds. Whoa!
Okay, he wants the b5 square for his knight.
What does that give him? Knight b5 check, king drops back to b8.
No, I see. He wants knight c3 now. I thought... So now I'm confused. I thought he was going knight c3 so he could go knight b5 check and take on d4 with the knight. But actually the a3 pawn was also loose there, so...
Yeah, that also didn't work, and now he's just losing. I mean, he just gave up a pawn. He activated black's rook for him. No,
I'm
it's
really
over.
just,
Rook G7.
yeah, I'm trying to figure out what even Black's aiming for, but now you're losing all your pawns, and
Including the one on A3, which would dislodge White's only remaining active piece on B5.
yeah, this one's Dunzo here, and that's a resignation. And Arjun Erigaisi wins again. 9.5, 4.5. He has opened up a 5-game lead, and yet we know from the first match, for some people in some matches, a 5-point lead may not be enough.
Yeah, I don't know who those people are. Neither of them are playing this match, of course. But the way this is going, this just seems... I mean, first of all, Mohamed has to get to the bullet. He has to stop the bleeding in the 3-minute portion. He's losing every game. And the time management, that's killing him. But his opening play has gone south as well as the last game showed. And I don't like this either.
No. And the good thing for Mohamed, not as king on D8, is that he's moving quickly. He has exactly the time he started with, and it's Arjun who's down a half minute on the clock.
The problem for Black here isn't so much the king safety. Well, that's part of it, the fact that White can go rook D1 with check. Another part of it is the bishop being really bad. The F7 pawn is hanging. White has the D5 square for his other knight, and this just looks nasty.
Yeah, and you're a King's Indian player. Positions. And I like to poke fun, but I think in all seriousness, when people play these exchange lines in the King's Indian structure, the bishop on G7 just is the worst miner on the board. Now, if Black could secure the D4 square, because White can't secure the D5 square, pawn can come to C6. Like if that knight could already hop into D4, now we're talking. But it's like F7?
Yeah, I believe that's hanging. Now, you don't even have to take it immediately. You can play rook a d1 check.
Yes.
King e7 gets mated. Oh my god, that's just literally mate. Ugh.
Yeah, out of nowhere. And he plays rook to d1. So knight d4 check is probably the only move.
Forced.
So bishop d4, pawn takes, rook takes, king moves. Watch out for your rook being loose on d4. As you're pointing out, e5, there's king f8 maybe?
Yeah, then maybe f4, but I agree White could get overextended there. He plays it, though. No, I guess after f4, White's got everything nicely protected.
I'm looking at h6 and g5 and trying to break down your pawn chain, but you're right that it can be reinforced. And knight d5... Wait, knight d5?
I think simply f4 is good enough. f4, rook a d1 is coming. You can't even move your king back to f8 because now you're saddled with this bad knight.
And knight takes f7 is hanging as well after f4.
No, he's tilting. He's definitely tilting.
But impressive play by Arjun, even if...
Oh, extremely.
And know what else is tilting? I'm being informed that Smarter Chess is in chat looking for validation. I'm not reading the chat. So now I'm being asked to go look at the chat. I'm going to open it up. Now you talk about the position. Okay. And I will find what Smart Chess is saying. Okay?
Sounds good.
I'm just here for Robert to acknowledge it. Smiley face. Cool.
Okay.
Now it's acknowledged.
Are you acknowledging it?
Yeah, I guess I did by reading a message in chat, which I normally don't do. So
yeah, Smarter Chess is so great.
Yeah, just ruining the broadcast by distracting me. Well, anyway, good.
I don't have much to talk about, Robert, because this position just sucks for Black, and that's that.
Yeah, this is really, really bad. C6 takes away the knight d5 check, but it runs into knight takes f7.
This is resignable almost. Not even almost. This is literally resignable.
Still 22 minutes left in this time control.
That's plenty of time, but given... It just seems like it's not only that Arjun is outplaying him, it just seems like Mohamed has lost his inner confidence. He usually plays with such gusto, such confidence, and here he's going for these positions where it's just totally not his style, and he's just getting blown out of the match right now. Rook a d1 looks really good here as well, by the way.
He wants like a mate. Knight d5 check.
Oh, knight d5, depriving the king of the escape square to f8.
Yeah, hard to look at these positions, and the problem for Mohamed is there's not something he can specifically address. Sometimes you're playing a match, you lose a few games in a row, you're like, okay, I need to change this opening. I need to stop doing this. What he needs to stop doing is getting in time trouble, but now it's difficult because he's tilting. So it's not just his clock mentions the positions he's getting over the board, and he's down 2 pawns with 0 compensation.
And White's got all the compensation. The knight from c3 could potentially reach d6.
Oh gosh,
The rook will reach
D7.
d7, and that is mate after knight e6, rook d7.
Yeah, that is brutal, and another resignation.
And in the blink of an eye, that lead, it was tied at 4. Or it was tied at, wait a minute, did he win 6 in a row?
It was 4-3 in Muhammad's favor. There was one drawn thrown in there, but it's been 7.5 to half over the last 8 games.
That is ridiculous. And, well, the quote-unquote good news for Muhammad is that there is still plenty of time. So he just needs to get one win. He needs to prove to himself that he can still beat his opponent, which is what he did in the 3rd game of the match. But can he do it again? It all starts, with one win.
Although I have to say that, Arjun, he looks like he literally doesn't care. And when he starts literally caring, it's going to not make Muhammad's life any easier.
And I don't like this again. Like, I'm not liking a single position that Muhammad is getting out of the opening. Do you second that?
I certainly do. I mean, look at this position, right? Black controls the center. Black controls important pawn breaks. C7 is the one potential target, but the bishop on d6 defends it. I really don't feel like Muhammad is getting comfortable positions. It's a bit amorphous from his side, and he doesn't have clear plans.
I don't know about h5. That's a little bit opportunistic, but guess what? Arjun just wants to shove his pawns down the board and give checkmate.
I don't even know what White's supposed to do now, because Black has a seemingly free hand over there on the king side, and the last moves are not inspiring. Bishop b1, there's no threat after that move, so
well, if you could get your knight across to d3, you'd have control over the e5 square. But if you go knight e2, Black will obviously respond with g5. I won't let you go knight f4. And sometimes in these positions, you can even sacrifice a pawn on e5, but I just don't see a way to logistically get that done. He plays queen c2, so he's preparing knight e5. But, I don't see this happening. Rook f7 is a great prophylactic move.
I mean, one of the best moves we've seen today. And that may seem strange because you normally, when we say best move, checkmate, sacrifices, all that. Rook f7 preventing knight to e5. So now Black continues to have free hand g5 or h4. You take your pick of how you want to proceed from here. And c7 is very well defended.
And that line is revealed. The power of rook f7 is revealed, of course, if White plays knight e5. You have a mass straight on e5, Black wins a pawn, and the rook defends c7. Here come Arjun's pawns with totally devastating effect. This seems to be another win that's unfolding live.
That rook can slide to h7. h6, g3 is going to happen. The queen for Black can just go to the h file as well.
Oh, when you have to play a move like gh, that tells you all you need to know about the position. Muhammad desperately trying to get control of the f4 square. So I thought g4 was possible. He takes. You can't even move your king.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised that he didn't go g4. That's usually the way to follow up. King h1 now? Do king f1.
Now there could be deflection ideas because knight f2 would be checkmate were it not for the queen. But the queen is relatively stable.
Yeah, bishop c6, I don't think that Muhammad's going to take that.
I'm even considering ridiculous moves like knight e5 and d4, trying to open up the light squared bishop, but obviously he's going to do something slightly less outlandish.
Maybe king h7 and just rook to g8.
Yeah, I think that's simple and very, very strong.
Okay, so Arjun, he has plenty of time, but he is the one thinking right here. King h7, there could be some drawbacks. I don't love my king being closer to White's pieces. I also don't see a way to exploit that fact. Whoa.
Wait a second. He took on f4?
He did.
And now he follows up with king h7.
Knight g5 check?
Oh my gosh, and then f3?
Yeah. No,
what is he doing? What was bishop takes f4?
I don't know.
That basically hands White the win. That was a total hallucination there for Arjun. And Muhammad just says, thank you very much.
And it started with G takes H4. Yeah, you know, he played that move. We were thinking he should have went G4. Now F3 is still possible.
Very much so, because queen takes C7 is going to come as soon as the knight moves away from E4. You have to leave the knight on E4 somehow. But yeah, I don't know what you do.
You probably could even get away with taking it in some positions because C7 is hanging, as you mentioned.
Yeah. No, there's just nothing. All of the key squares are protected by either the queen or the pawn. Probably even rook G1. He wants, I guess, no, knight G3 doesn't work either.
Yeah, rook G1, he probably wants some kind of queen E3 thing or queen F4, but then you can just take on G8 and...
Yep. I think
actually,
that's simplest.
Then there's queen F3. Wait, so this is actually a problem for white all of a sudden.
Oh, because queen G2, there's knight F2 and knight H3.
Yes.
Uh-oh. Queen E3 here. Is black back in it?
Queen F4, so you went to the wrong square.
But why? Queen E2. Why allow an extra option?
And that's the move that, this is allowing white to survive, and not just survive, but win, because the queen on E3 was needed to help with knight F2 stuff.
But he didn't do that. He played rook takes G8 again, allowing queen F3.
Wait, why did he not take on F3 there?
Arjun is playing really strange the last 10 moves, and now D5 is coming, and white's bishop is going to be the monster.
Yeah, D5 and queen G7. Checkmate it is, or this is a wonderful move. Wherever the queen goes, F5 will hang, and that king on F7 is not going to last too much longer.
That was a strange meltdown, one that he can certainly afford given the circumstances and the score of the match right now. But that was strange.
Yeah, we're not used to this from Arjun. We're used to him just finding brilliant tactic after brilliant tactic. Here, D5 check. Looks very good. This also looks plenty good.
The utilitarian bishop takes D4 and D5 check now.
Is queen G6 not mate? Yeah, rook F7.
It is.
Ladder checkmate.
Indeed, and there it is.
That is game. So Muhammad Muradli, he gets back. He finally gets a win. He's down by 5 still. But there was something that was a little off about Arjun's play in that game. And I don't know what caused it, but that was not the Arjun we've become accustomed to.
No, it definitely was not. And we have another Benoni. This time Muhammad is on the black side.
Okay. Yeah, so the bishop on G7, usually a happy piece in these positions. The pawn on D6, the target, and these knight D2 variations I've always liked from the white side.
Yeah, the bishop on G5 is really, really annoying because, yes, you can chase it away with H6 and G5, but that creates massive weaknesses on the king side that white could later exploit with a timely F2, F4 break.
Yeah, F4 is a move that you often consider, and you're just trying to
play it now.
Go for the attack on the king side, and there could be an E5 to follow. But Arjun, he's playing on both sides of the board. He's put his pawn A5, secure the B6 square. If that knight were to go to C4, can hop into B6. But as you're pointing out, A5 allows black to use the B5 square.
I don't like A5 at all, and I don't understand why he didn't play F4. Because B5 was no longer an issue. You could play A takes B5 and F4. Now he goes F4. So definitely better late than never. But maybe Muhammad can create chances with, perhaps starting with H6 makes sense, and then knight B5.
Yeah, H6, bishop H4, knight B5. You may think, all right, and he plays in this move order. But the point I was going to make is you may think you can play knight A4 and just say E4 is not under attack. Your knight is pinned. Whoa.
Bishop takes, allowing A takes B5 and B4.
Does he want some kind of E5 after A takes B?
I think he certainly does, and this is the last chance he'll have to play it. And so he does.
There is rook A6 at some moment available to black. So I'm just trying to make sure that you're not just losing a piece in F6. Bishop F5, great move because it attacks the knight on E4 and it opens the queen up to D5. And the rook does defend the E5 pawn as well, but I'm just keeping in mind that rook A6 could be useful defensive move for black at some point.
Right. So bishop F5 played. Now, can white put more pressure on this knight? I don't really think so. The D5 pawn is potentially hanging. You have a crazy idea of playing G4 here, trying to distract this bishop.
Wow. Because G4, bishop takes G4, this knight takes F6 check. and then you've removed the guard of the bishop. But black does have a bunch of pawns. That's really interesting.
And you certainly, I mean, you could even consider a queen sacrifice, like bishop e4, knight e4, knight e4, obviously unsound, but something that could be practically interesting in a blitz game.
I respect your unsound queen sacrifice. Don't worry.
Thank you. I mean, it is a King's Indian after all. That's what you got to do.
By the way, look at the clock. Now it's Muhammad up over 30 seconds. The tactical position. See, this is the Muhammad that has a chance in this match. He cannot keep burning his clock and then trying to find the right continuation in a very difficult position.
And this is also the Muhammad who made the 5-point comeback, right? He turned on the Jets in the bullet. He was experiencing similar problems all match long against Raunak. And all of a sudden in the bullet, he started following his intuition, playing quickly. And now he's the one who's a minute up on the clock. Can he win another one? Can he get this lead from 6 to 4?
And then he'll believe in himself. He's already come back from worse. And I guess, you know, he was on 6, so that's more than 5. But he was able to do that with not much time remaining in the match clock. And Arjun, I mean, this guy is deep in the think tank trying to work it out. And he plays King H1.
No. There's no way that move is correct. That's too slow. What if you just take on F4?
That's what I was wondering.
And Robert, if Rook takes F4, there are ideas here. Bishop E4.
Oh, 94.
94.
Yes.
I mean, I guess there's Bishop F6, but the point is that if you take on E4, the king on H1 will allow constant ideas connected with the fork on F2.
Although, you know, even back there, if Bishop takes F6 instead of Rook takes E4, then you just can take on F4, or on Queen E8, I didn't even look at it. I was thinking you could take on F4 and have a ton of pieces for the queen.
Either way, and black is spoiled for choice, but let's see if Muradli can keep the foot on the gas pedal and avoid a time scramble.
The problem with being spoiled for choice is you start burning your clock trying to figure out which of the many is the best. And E takes F4 looks very strong. C5 is hanging, but that doesn't keep the pressure up on the pinned knight. H6, not out of the question either, by the way, just to kick the bishop away.
Certainly not, but I feel like bishop takes E4 is the simplest option, but he goes for your move. H6 is excellent. And white's position is falling apart at the seams.
Yeah, if you play bishop H4, there will be a capture on E4 followed by pawn to G5, and you break the pin and your knight on F6 is safely defended by the rest of the pieces.
This is borderline resignable, and he goes bishop H4. And after bishop E4, he might have to go bishop F6, but that's disgusting.
No, that's even bishop takes G2 check is available there. And
who's that ambulance for? I feel like it's for white's king.
Yeah, for Arjun's position.
Right, for his position overall. All of his pieces. And he plays it.
G5. There's also that rook takes E4 line you were just showing.
Yeah, but G5 looks so natural. And so strong. What's he thinking about?
He's trying to be precise. He's he played Queen E8, so he went for this variation.
I mean, that's very surprising to me. He's still winning, but you don't want to give Arjun any unnecessary chances.
And the time is not his friend.
No. And Queen C3 check is now a big threat. Oh, he's letting this one slip.
Is he going to play like Queen B4 just to try and not lose?
This was really bad, and he's down to 10 seconds.
Oh,
I mean, he might lose if he's not careful.
He's lost his advantage. D6, just push that pawn.
Oh my gosh. Now it's anybody's game.
I don't think that white has any business losing. Where Queen D5 is always available. You'll lose D6, but you'll gain C5.
I just can't believe he didn't go G5 there.
I thought he was setting it up. He played H6.
Now black basically has to go back and forth. He's got no chance for activity with his monster sitting there on D6. Maybe C4. C4, B3.
Oh, is he trying to bring his king around? No, he can't do that.
Oh, that's so dangerous.
Yeah.
Careful.
A6 thrown in there.
Queen back to E6. Attacking
B3. Queen D3.
Uh-oh. Arjun going for the win.
Yeah. Rook D6. There's Queen F8 check.
Oh, but he takes B3. That's big.
King H7.
Oh, where? Rookie won there. Rookie won a Queen E8.
That it went the wrong way.
Oh my god, rook c1 was almost a pre-move.
Queen
Queen
d6.
d6, and black is once again winning.
Oh my gosh, it's just back and forth right now. Queen d1, Queen d. Wow, Queen d5 was excellent.
Yeah, but look at all the oh, and rook d1 is me.
And
Queen
d1?
f4.
Oh, Queen f4 is even better. Queen f1, rook d3 mate.
Unbelievable. And Muradli comes back again. He won that game like 3 times.
And Arjun, he shakes his head. You know, he was a bit flustered by that one. He was getting crushed. Then he was holding. And then he kind of played for the win. And that's when it started getting out of hand.
And he was winning there with rook e1. That was inevitable checkmate. It wasn't pretty, but it doesn't matter how pretty it is. A point is a point. And it's down to 4. And if he can win another one to end the 3-minute portion, he will whittle the lead down and cut it in half. And that will be huge for his comeback chances. This is a big game.
Yes, and Mohamed Muradli was down 10.5, 6.5 after the 3+1 against Ranik Sidwani. He already has that score, and he has an opportunity to cut into the lead a little bit more if he can win this game. And with the white pieces, he has more space. He has the pair of bishops, but he doesn't have a clear avenue of progress at this moment because the e5 pawn push is covered by black's pieces. There's already this tension in the center, and white should just maintain the spatial advantage. And maybe at some point, I wouldn't rush it, but think about g4, g5.
Yeah, and Smarter Chess not missing the opportunity to inform us that I believe should Arjun win this game, it will be 6.5, 3.5 in the 3-minute segment. Right, I think.
No, it was a 5-4. So if they draw. No, you're right.
No, it can't be. They each have to win one more game, but there's probably only time for one more. So
got it. I was trying to make the difference between the two match, and we need to get to the total scores.
That's way too much math.
Need to win a game to make it work. I'm paying too much attention to Smarter Chess. It's just making me upset, losing my focus. Get that zen.
Turning us into bad commentators. Well, which we already are.
Wow. You don't got to speak about yourself like that, Danya. I'm here to raise you up.
Well, I'm not going to raise up white's position because it's deteriorating rapidly.
Knight takes e4 is a big threat.
God, it feels like Muhammad made one move and Arjun made 6.
Yeah, it does. I mean, the position opened up along the c file, and black's queen got to a5, and there are like 5 different threats available.
e5 is possible, but white's probably in too deep there. You could also go rook fe1 aimed against knight takes e4, which is no longer possible due to rook takes e4.
Oh, well,
he's got to make a decision.
Yeah, rook fe1 looks like a very good move because you cannot, of course, overlook the tactic of knight takes e4 with the bishop on d4 being lost. So rook e1 leaves e5 as an option for the next turn, but it just sort of feels like it increases the firepower to start with.
But he's decided to play e5 straight away. And the knight's going to have to move. It can move back to e8. It really has no other tempting squares.
Knight e8. Uh-oh.
Whoa. Wait, can you take and go like something like knight d... Nah.
Yes. You can.
Oh, yes. Oh, and then the knight travels to f5. And if white loses e5, white loses the game.
Yeah. It was b4. So now white can play knight. I was saying knight e4, but knight e2 is better. Rook c1, knight c1.
And I think he missed that. That is a detail Arjun almost certainly missed.
And it's hard to see it. And what a find by Muradli, because after rook c1, knight c1, a2 is defended, e5 is defended, d5 remains defended. He goes after this pawn?
Wait, rook a1. Oh, rook a1, knight c1 almost traps the queen.
Yeah, the queen can go into c2 there.
He's gone e6.
Okay.
His position is getting really spicy.
Yeah, you can never take on f7, put a bishop on g4. There is going to be a problem for that black king.
That's almost certainly what he's going for. He's also tired of having to face this bishop, and this move essentially forces a trade in one version or another.
And if that knight gets to d4, you know where it's heading next. That c6 square. I like this for white. I see the eval bar says black's better. I see that black's up a pawn. Don't really care. it looks promising for white.
And after d takes c6, bishop d5 is also in the mix. Black has to be extremely vigilant not to blunder anything here.
Sorry,
Can you take on g7 first?
The knight takes g7. And then
I
you
guess
take an
DE.
e6, knight f6. That looks kind of suspicious, but at least black is holding everything together for the time being.
But he's got 30 seconds and the position remains incredibly complex. Down a full minute on the clock. That's what I'm worried about the most, as I have been in so many of these 3-minute games.
He's burning time. Now he's down under 20 seconds, and
Oh my god.
he finally plays bishop g7. He'll take on e6.
Now watch out for bishop d5. It's a big threat. Knight c5, bishop d5.
So knight
Looks
f6.
like it wins material.
Knight f6, bishop d5 also kind of looks like it wins material.
Ooh.
But you can take on d5, play rook c8 and get away with it.
You absolutely can, and Muhammad has to use every single second that Arjun is thinking to decide what he's going to do. Now knight d4 traps the queen and forces an exchange sack.
Okay.
Oh my god, no, that's wrong. That's got to be wrong.
Queen e3 is straight. Queen's e7 falls. a6 is hanging. Oh my gosh.
Robert, Arjun had to go knight f5. By opening up the e-file, he is doing white's bidding for him, and this is a winning endgame.
Right, because what right now the material count is a knight and 2 pawns for rook, but rooks need open files. e7 is dropping, a6 is dropping, d6 will be under attack, and those knights can't work their way together to protect pawns and attack anything. So it's going to be mop-up duty for white.
And mop up the pawns he does. Will he trade rooks? It's probably simplest to trade rooks given his time situation, and he does. And now he's going to go after this one. Don't miss a fork, though, if you're Muhammad.
And the king is far away from the rook, so it's going to be hard to get a fork going. Knight f6 to d5. You can just play g3
and knight d3, there's bishop e2, and you can't take on b2 because your knight gets trapped in the end.
That's really nice. It's really, really nice and accurate.
So you have to go knight d5, and he does. It's
This
still a
feels
game.
like with proper technique, it should just be a win. And it's not like black can threaten anything. So at least Mohammed can make easy moves.
Well, he's trying to threaten something and maybe get the king into the center with king e5.
And then it's rook b5.
Knight c5.
And
Yeah,
you take
then you lose b4.
You need to win b4 somehow.
But he's struggling here, and Arjun is making progress.
h4 was a nice move, though.
King d4.
Oh
He's
my.
sending the king to the center.
He should have.
Oh, now
bishop
the knights.
2? Oh,
Yeah, but knight c1 and d3, and black could win this.
but rook d8.
Oh, rook e8, and he's allowed the king in.
Why would he walk the king there?
Okay, but still black can't make any progress. Unbelievable.
King d. Oh my
Rook
gosh.
e8.
Yeah, rook e8,
No,
d2.
d2 and knight a2. Knight
Yeah.
a2.
Oh my gosh.
White's going to lose.
King c2?
Or it's
he
going
has
to be
to
a
go for
draw.
this.
Oh, but he still has chances.
He's chances to lose.
Don't flag.
King g4. Okay, it goes for this.
Oh, king d3.
h4. Whichever h3.
King d3. Who's better here? Who's playing for a win?
I don't
It's
know.
probably
but
a draw.
You can't get the b4 pawn. That's super.
Oh, he missed h3.
Oh my gosh. Oh my
Oh
gosh.
my lands, it's lost. You can't get to the knight.
No, the knight just comes right back out to c3 if you go to b2.
That was insane. And Arjun is going to win, extending his lead back to 5 points. Can you believe that?
I mean, Muhammad can't. You look at his face, he's distraught. And he was on the verge of winning that game and making this a 3-point match. And the last game of the time control, Danya, both in 5+1 and now in 3+1, went from a position where Muhammad can't possibly lose to somehow losing those games. And those are 2 very critical points.
And bishop f3 was so careless at the end. At least a draw would have kept the match within 4 points. Instead, he loses. He gets 0. And for the second time in his JSCC run, Muhammad Muradli needs a 5-point comeback in the bullet.
Yeah, it's those last games of the time control. That's a 4-point swing. 2 seemingly one positions thrown away and handed on over to Arjun. But Arjun, there's credit. He was resilient. He was coming up with great ideas, bringing his king in. And then Muhammad on the clock couldn't handle it. So speaking of the clock, We're heading to Bullet. It's time for a break. And when we return, we'll see if for the second match in a row, Muhammad Muradli can orchestrate a 5-point comeback in Bullet. But Arjun Erigaisi proving to be a worthy contender here. We'll be right back here at the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. You are flagging Drev 10 out of 10 times here.
Right.
And there it is.
And there it is.
Wow. Well, we just said the same exact
Did we just
thing.
say the same exact? Did we just do
Um,
that 3 times? Seriously?
Classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
SIG is a global quantitative trading firm that uses strategic games like chess to improve their decision-making skills. From corporate chess teams to podcasts to blog posts to collegiate chess sponsorships, see how SIG employees bring their love of chess to work every day at sig.com/chess. And we have our question of the day. You can win a diamond membership, if you're lucky, if you're a little bit skilled. But what chess skill do you think is most helpful to you at work? 1, using theory. 2, using intuition. Type your answers in chat. And Danya, you seem like an intuition guy.
I am absolutely an intuition guy. I believe in trusting my gut. But obviously, I know a lot of occupations where knowing theory, being incredibly skilled and knowledgeable in the backbone of your discipline is absolutely critical. And speaking of discipline, Arjun Erigaisi, he's been pretty darn disciplined. He leads the last quarterfinal match by 5 points going into the bullet, Robert.
11.5, 5.5, 6.5 is our current score. And the bullet prediction, 5-5, based on Smart Chess's numbers. And that surprised me a bit. I would have thought Arjun would be the favorite in the bullet, but I guess after Muhammad's performance against Raunak, he's given the benefit of the doubt.
I want to say that in his match against Raunak, the comeback didn't even start at the very beginning, right? I think they traded buckets for a couple of games, and then he took off, and he literally won 5 in a row. That was nuts. I wonder if he watched the replay of that match in the break to give himself a little bit of motivation. But Arjun, he is well aware of what happened, and he will try to nip this in the bud just by winning the first couple of bullet games, and they are off. Here we go. Another Benoni.
Another Benoni, another nice-looking position for Arjun, and will he get f4 and e5 through? This is looking promising, more so than last time.
And I love what he did there. He doesn't even bother. I mean, he can play a4, but in the last game he played a5, giving up the b5 square. That was where the problems for him started. This time, he doesn't waste any unnecessary time, and I think he might actually crash through with e5 even here.
Yeah, you have him play e5, knight e4, as we saw in the previous game. He can go for his a5 stuff again. There is no knight b5 just yet because the bishop's not on d7. So that little change in move order, it cost black a tempo of putting that rook on b8, and it's just about time for e5 to come.
Uh-oh, and the d6 pawn is hanging. e5 is a devastating threat. Black might have to go h6, g5. He goes bishop b5. That might have been the only move.
Yeah, because e5 you're able to take because the knight on c4 will be captured and e5 will be a bit loose. I'm still always nervous about this, Donnie, because e5 followed by d6, it looks extremely promising for white.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the rook is on e8 rather than f8 is kind of important because anytime white takes f takes g7, there will be no rook on f8 that's hanging. That might be important later. Look at the clock. Arjun now down at 18 seconds. He doesn't see a move, and he plays e5. And this is getting crazy.
Is he pre-moving d6? D takes e5, d6, throw that in there?
I guess. Can black play bishop takes c4 instead? Okay. He does.
But now...
Oh, but this is crushing? Is it crushing?
The engine first said yes, now it says no after bishop takes f6, even though it looked like...
Yeah, but f5.
Oh gosh, that's a great idea. And we see this often where you fill the e5 square, close the dark squares, and then play f5 to open up the position.
Oh, this looks terrible. f5 of the bishop's pressure on f7 could grow unbearable. And now Muradli is the one down on the clock.
Knight d5, and then f5.
Oh, and you can't take on d6 because of the discovery. Maybe knight d4 you can get away with. Then rook f7 looks good.
Yeah, you can just start sacking things and going for knight e7 check and all that. And plays e4, queen h5. The attack seemingly plays itself, but that was a mistake. So what do I know?
Queen takes d6. Now there's almost Anastasia's mate, but the bishop could cover a check on h5.
I was looking for that.
Goes knight e7 anyway. Oh, and he just takes everything. No, this is crushing.
Queen h5 back, threatens knight g6 mate.
Queen d6, can he stays alive for the time being.
Is 1 second left.
Yeah, and he also loses the knight, and he's going to get mated. Or is he? Queen g7. Oh!
Nice spot for both of you.
And that was a crushing defeat. Those Benonis, Robert, they have not been working out at all for Muradli throughout this match.
And Muradli, he resigns in the moment, doesn't play on. He knows that he's all the time remaining because down 6 points, even to be able to accomplish that would be something. But if you don't accomplish it within the time frame that remains, you it's all for naught.
Right. And I mean, he needs to stem the bleeding right here. He needs a quick rebound win. And they've got another King's Indian, this time Arjun on the black side.
There's nothing quick about this position. It's completely locked up, and that's good for Arjun because the opponent has the pair of bishops.
Yeah, and if you're Arjun, you're already starting to think about bleeding the clock. Even if you lose, you want each game to take at the very least 2.5 minutes or so.
Although now the a3 pawn is about to be lost, I have a feeling, like rook b3, including right now, and this is not what you want from the black side of this position. It's
no, this just looks terrible.
Yeah, it's opening up, and you're the one with the weaknesses.
Although c takes b5 might allow d5, and obviously there's fork ideas with e4.
It's true, although after d5, just bishop c2. I'll give you the e4 pawn, and then just bring all my pieces to the queen side. And
oh, rook d4! Oh, he blundered again. Oh, he thought he was counterattacking the rook, but he forgot the rook could move and pin the bishop at the same time. And
Arjun
it's over.
Play that so quickly.
He's over a minute. Can he win the game having over a minute on the clock? No. But okay, still.
So,
oh my god, queen d5, queen e8.
Well, that's good recognition by both of you there, because that would have been wild.
Although there was still bishop b5 in the end, it doesn't matter. It's a moot point. It's winning. And it's going to be a 7-point lead.
Clever try here, though. If you take, b takes a, and then rook b8 is available.
Okay. Although you could go knight d7 there. It doesn't inspire confidence.
Bishop,
okay.
Bishop g5 now, maybe?
Oh, you want to hit it where it hurts.
Yeah.
Bishop e3. Might be a little bit too slow.
I'm looking at rook takes e3, but that's because I'm always looking at sacrifices.
Okay, it's still not over. b7.
Gotta push at some point.
Pushes it now.
Queen a6.
This time situation worries me, though.
I was thinking queen a6, threatening rook c8, and the knight on f6 was loose.
Oh, he could play it now.
Rook d1 mate. Rook d1 mate.
Oh, it's mate. Oh, great spot by you, and he missed it. I didn't see it either. I didn't understand why he played rook d8. I was like, I was just
checkmate.
Right, and it comes out of nowhere, right? Because you fall into this illusion. You think I have Luft, but the bishop is controlling the Luft square.
Arjun, just look at him. He's stoic. He's chilling and playing great chess.
Yeah, and he's pulling away. And in Muradli's last match, in his comeback, Raunak never got past the 5-point lead. I think he might have gotten a 6-point lead briefly, but that's when things started tumbling downhill.
Yeah, 7 feels insurmountable. I know that Muradli is the comeback kid, but not against Arjun, not in this match the way he's been playing.
He's been making some mistakes, but his openings have been crisp. He's been so fast when he's needed to be. And he just has a great sense of what positions are going to make his opponent uncomfortable.
And the time deficit, right? It's been since the very first game of the match, we were saying Muhammad cannot afford to spend that much time. And look at this bullet game. He's down 30 seconds. And it's a normal position. Black's doing fine, but he doesn't have enough time remaining to secure the result that should be afforded to him based on the position.
And these last couple of games, has Arjun played spectacularly? No. Has he found every accurate move? No, but he's left himself with so much time that it really doesn't matter. And he doesn't blunder. He plays really fast. He doesn't blunder. He plays practically. And that's a very, very hard style of bullet to play against in general, no matter who you are.
For sure. And this position looks good for Muhammad. He's down to 21 seconds. E4, not quite available.
Ooh.
Takes here.
You want
95.
Oh. Bishop A1, 97.
And then
what an
you move
idea.
your king. Yeah, then you move your king.
And then knight c8, bishop c3.
Bishop c3, and you take on c8. And if you play knight e7 and rook takes a1, there's queen e5 at the end. Oh, not king g7 though, I don't think.
That puts the king in the middle of everything. Queen d4 check, queen d6.
Queen d5 is still good though, right? Because if knight takes c8, queen a1's check. If queen d4, you can trade queens and you're up in exchange.
Yeah, but that's what you were saying. This move shouldn't have been a check, and now this gives white plenty of chances. Uh-oh. b8 is hanging. Watch out.
b4 is hanging as well.
Oh, and bishop e4 was an idea. Again, the wheels are coming off.
So rook comes to c2. So he trades queens. That's a very good decision from a an objective standpoint, from
Bishop
a bullet
C6,
standpoint,
B5, C4.
it's gonna. Yeah, I guess there's no real way for black to crash through, right?
And this is going to take another millennium to win, even if black does win it. I mean, literally, this will take forever.
And there's no way to do anything. White can just sit the king on G2 and park the bus.
Right, and black could get mated if he's not if he's not careful.
King G4, he gone a little too far.
This is what I'm saying.
3.6 seconds left for black. The king's going to E4, but where to next?
Oh, but the bishop is pestering him, forcing it back, and now defending B3. Oh, he's no time.
King F3 coming right now.
Black's made zero progress.
Black almost got checkmated.
Yeah, now black's made negative
F4.
progress.
Send it. Okay, doesn't want to push the pawn. He doesn't want his king to be in danger.
Yeah, I mean, he just wants to do nothing, I think. He wants to tread water, which is totally reasonable.
Though
King
treading
F3.
water for a long time is a miserable experience.
It most certainly is. Yes, because. But he's doing it.
This game's going to last forever.
There's nothing more tilting than doing all of this and then you accidentally repeat 3 times. Although at this point, there's no objective win either. And the repetition is going to happen any second.
He's also had no way to force the draw, which is frustrating because Arjun is going to make a draw, but there's been no 3-time repetition available.
Yeah, he's gonna decline. I mean, he's gonna decline a draw. Okay, there we go.
At long last, and only 19 minutes and about 45 seconds remain in this match. 7 points. Right there is enough time, right? If we quickly do some math, it feels like there's enough time to make the comeback. But the way Arjun is playing, no.
No, the games are taking too long. Again, he's not blundering anything. You need a couple of quick wins. And Muhammad hasn't won a single game fast this entire match.
And we have a position where, again, White has the pair of bishops. And I have to wonder, I don't know for sure, but Vishy Anand, he's known to love his knights. And typically GMs, they love their bishop pairs. But Arjun, most of the time here, he's had the knights.
Sam Shanklin told me a funny Vishy story. So this was at the opening ceremony of some tournament. And Vishy was the guest of honor. And there was a sort of a dignitary, some sort of political leader, someone like that, who was there to sort of make the ceremonial first move on the demo board in the hall where the opening ceremony was conducted. But the dignitary didn't know the rules of chess, and he took his knight from G1 and put it on C4 on move 1.
Good move.
But Vishy, being the class act that he was, right? He wasn't just like, oh, that's illegal. You don't know what you're doing. He took his knight from G8 and put it on C5.
That's an awesome response. I love
right.
that.
Right. Yeah, Vishy's so smooth.
And that last move, though, wasn't so smooth by Muradli. It seemed like he had a winning advantage somehow.
Nope. Oh, and that evil bar is doing pull-ups and push-ups and burpees. I mean,
oh, knight C3 is a blunder because of queen B8 check. So don't do that.
Oh, you put the seed in his mind, though. I think he's gonna play it.
No.
Oh. Don't argue with the prophet. I mean, that's actually a hilarious moment.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh, and he can't. Oh, wait a second. Maybe all's well that ends well for Muradli.
I did you a favor, okay?
Right. No, this is all planned.
Oh
no, he put his mate. Oh my God, he is in total free fall right now.
Can't believe that just happened.
The wheels are coming off completely. I can't believe it either.
Oh gosh. I feel for the guy. I really do feel for him.
But he's had a great run.
He has. Realistically speaking, when you saw the bracket, if you said you're going to make it into the second round, that's already a big accomplishment. Radek Sidwani, as we know very well, is one of the best players on the site. and Muradli was losing in that match and somehow came back to win. But this match has not been going his way since the end of the 5-minute portion.
Bigfoot says he looks like Arjun looks so bored. He looks like me when Hes pings me. Yeah, I feel like Arjun looks like his, it's like, why did you interrupt me to play this match? Let me win it really quickly by 10 so I can go back to, my video games or whatever he was doing. Or my opening preparation.
He said, Vic said he feels like Bic does when I ping Bic.
That's he looks like Bic when you ping Bic.
Yeah, that is like the most wishful thinking and make-believe I've heard in a long time.
Can't argue with that.
Yeah, pinging Bic. Okay. Anyway, back here into the chess. B5 played. The C6 pawn looks loose, but is there queen F6 right now?
Okay.
Doesn't look okay.
No, it does not. But Muradli, I mean, he has been spending so much time on these moments when the move should have been played within a couple of seconds. Take B2, knight C5. He's giving up the C4 square.
I mean, knight C5 was just.
I mean, it's
there.
still very strong.
Yeah, knight C5 looks really, really good. He's protecting C6. He wants knight C3 very clearly.
Mm-hmm.
But now some trades are happening, and knight F3 to D4. Good move by Arjun.
Or maybe knight D6 and then knight D4. Everything is protected. He's got 25 extra seconds.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
C6 just hanging, and if you play C5, knight C6 almost traps that rook. Takes and plays rook A7, and is there C? No, there's a knight on D6 covering the square.
He's
C4.
trying to set it up.
No, it doesn't work.
Oh, because the knight stops the pawn from C4. King F1.5. I'm not sure which square to put it on.
Yeah, but look at this. Black is totally frozen here.
Yeah. Bishop H3, activating the bishop, and I got tie pressure, and then I lost some time.
Knight B5.
Oh, knight B5, knight D4, one apiece all of a sudden. But now he no longer knight D4. Oh, now he stops it. But there's no time. He has no time to find it, and the rook can't even move because of knight D6 and mate. Oh no, it's not made just yet.
Okay, but after rook F7, your king has to go to G8 and.
Yeah, another one bites the dust.
I just feel for the guy.
This is just devastation. And the last game of the 3-minute portion, that was a complete match changer. Because imagine going into this with a 3-point game. I mean, I just feel like Muradli kind of lost hope.
Yeah, it's been a really rough stretch for him. And Arjun deserves so much credit because...
Whoa, B4.
Or this.
Sorry. This
is a
very bad game by Arjun.
I was looking at the position and thinking about my compliments that I was about to make. He has had some struggles in the opening, right? That's been clear. And there have been games. Is that queen trapped?
Yeah. This will not go into Arjun's best games collection.
Look at Muradli's clock. Like, he just played instantly and played a great game. And yes, Arjun helped.
Whoa. Oh my God. Did we actually see that?
We just saw Lafong. That didn't work.
But in a 1-second increment match.
Yeah, I think Arjun's just having a little bit of fun. And
Muradli's not amused. He looks like he's not amused. He's got the Michaela Maroney, not amused face.
I was just reading an article about Michaela Maroney. So
really?
With that reference. Yeah.
That's like the most random thing ever.
There was an article and I read it. I don't know what you want me to say. It just caught my eye. And I was like, all right, let's check this out. Right now, Black is up a piece. And that's all I got for you.
I wonder how he won that piece. Do you remember?
I think Bishop H6 at some point.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that was and watch Arjun win this game. He's actually doing pretty darn well. He's gotten a pawn for the piece. And rook d3 protects everything for the time being. Okay, now this is... Yeah,
I'm like
no,
trying
I
to
amend my opinion. Whoops.
Oh,
Sorry, I didn't do that. That was a mouse slip on my part. No, but okay, 92 King H1, okay, still ideas of a survival, maybe.
trade everything. Oh gosh, Queen E4. Oh, but then the game will last forever, so don't play Queen E4.
Right. No, he managed to prolong this game, given the circumstances of the knight d4 wins. And it'll be a... Oh my god, it's still an 8-point lead. Oh my god.
Yes. Which is why Arjun felt okay playing Bishop H6 on move 2.
Yeah. I'm curious if we'll see a Bonk Cloud next.
I'm kind of hoping... I'm hoping we don't or we do. Usually I would say I hope we don't get it, but now I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I mean, Arjun wouldn't do this if he didn't know without a shadow of doubt that the match is in the bag. And we can allow the players to have a little bit of fun. We can be sure that Hans Niemann is going to have a little bit of fun in his next match against this very same Arjun Erigaisi.
And that match is tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken.
Nice. It is tomorrow. It's early in the morning. And that's just because I have to fly later in the day.
It is starting at 5 a.m. Pacific time. So Hans Niemann will take on Arjun Erigaisi. Yeah, technically, there's a chance for Muradli to win 7 games instantly and then tie the score. But if we're going to be realistic, that's not to happen. So tomorrow it's going to be Hans Niemann against Arjun Erigaisi early in the morning.
I mean, I don't know why you're ignoring all of the matches in which players won 7 games in 10 minutes. And somehow Arjun still... Oh my god, Bishop E5, there's a stalemate. Don't go... No. Rook F7. Oh my god, Queen D5. And if he gives the queen away, it's... Oh my god, Queen F5 though. Oh, Queen D5 check was a better chance.
Okay, Queen G8?
No, but takes the knight can move.
Your knight can move now.
But he got so close. Oh my god, it was so close.
Can you imagine if Muradli drew that game?
I mean, just how close he came is unbelievable. I mean, Muradli was lucky that he could have blocked that check with his queen, because if he wasn't able to do that, it was a draw.
Right. The queen would have sacrificed itself and the knight was pinned.
This looks really bad again for Arjun. Oh, the queen's gonna get trapped like right now, inevitably.
Taking knight f4.
Oh my goodness, this is an eyesore. This position, Bishop G6 and knight E5. Maybe Bishop G6 wasn't best, but
if Arjun wins this game,
no, I just don't see it happening.
Knight D5.
Yes, then I resign.
I'm not asking you to resign, but the game goes on.
It definitely does. But where was the speed at the start? I guess at the start of the match, Arjun wasn't playing garbage openings every game.
Yeah, I think Arjun has...
Whoa! Oh my god, and then 92 knight C1. I mean, he sees it, but he missed 92. Oh my god, and he will win this game. Or will he?
Queen D2, maybe?
King B8, there's Bishop takes B7, so... Oh, Queen D2, excellent. Excellent move by Arjun.
Yep, and now the rook's under attack. If the rook goes to C2, get back range checkmated. If your rook leaves the C file, now you can just take on C6, and black is going to be up a rook and a piece.
Well, that's nuts.
You don't even know what to say at this point, right? Because it was like watching the Maverick Suns game, which you're welcome, by the way. You're welcome for telling you didn't need to spend hours of your life watching that.
Thank you.
But at a certain point, you're like, okay, there's a cool move. That's awesome. And then, did I just speak too soon?
There's a cool move. That's awesome. Bishop F3, Booker with a layup.
Yeah, although now that king on C7 has lost its shelter completely.
Queen C3 check picks up the rook, but you can't take it with your rook. You have to take it with your queen, which allows the queen trade. Wait, knight.
Knight where?
Oh, rook C1 is
Oh my gosh, mate.
Oh, Queen C1, Rook D1.
But then Bishop D1, Queen F1, Queen G1.
Oh my God. That's
can take
actually
it.
incredible.
Take
Queen
it.
takes C5 is, but he doesn't do it. Oh, but Rook G4 mate on E5.
And it's really nice.
Where was that the entire match?
So what I was saying about that Suns Mavericks game, even when those nice shots happen in that fun checkmate, it's like, well, we're still down by 30 points instead of 40. And
Right.
for Muradli, that was a cool way to conclude the game. But he's just thinking back to that first quarter. It's like, second quarter. Where was all this play then?
Well, there was that huge run in the middle of the match that really did him in because let's not forget, Muradli was leading at one point.
He felt
like he was confident. He won 3 in a row at one point. He was on the upswing, and then all of a sudden, Arjun ran him over with a train, and it just wasn't close after that.
And
the last game of the 5-minute portion, too, that played a role.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that game went from just clearly better for Muradli to suddenly blundering upon C5, and then the game a few moves later. And this looks extremely promising for White. I know temporarily Black is up a piece for pawn, but look at that pawn chain. The knight on F6 is under attack. The knight on C7 is under attack. The knight moves from C7. You can take on F6 with the bishop and then play knight D5 and just win the house.
Oh, wow. That's actually a very nice line. So if you go knight E6, bishop F6, and then knight D5, taking the bishop on your own terms and simultaneously also winning the exchange on E8. Yeah, and he allows that exact thing to happen. Whoa. Arjun doesn't do it? I mean, he's still winning after knight D5, I think.
Yeah, knight D5, queen E6, knight E7 check is important, and doing it in that order was better. Oh!
Okay, I think he's just... I don't know. He's decided to conserve energy for tomorrow's match. Is that a fair way to characterize? Is that a charitable way to characterize it?
Yeah, and Muhammad's playing freely because the match is already out of his hands, and Arjun, he really doesn't care if the final score is 16 or 20 to 10, or if it's 18 to 14 or whatever. Like, as long as he's making it through, he's pretty happy about that, I would assume.
The thing is, obviously, as we know, half of the prize money is divided based on win percentage, but you really only care about that if you're the loser. If you're the winner, you care about the following match because you're still in the tournament. If you're the loser, you want to pick up, as many consolation games as you can, which Muradli has been doing.
Yeah, for sure.
He's going to win this one as well, most likely.
Well, if you can get a pass pawn on D3, I think you are in good shape to win this game.
Queen E5.
That was an inaccuracy.
Ooh.
This is starting to get annoying. Queen F5 is possible if you...
Queen E7 would be a small problem there.
Gosh.
And now again, you planted it in his mind.
No, don't. Please don't. Okay.
Almost played it. Don't play now.
No. Queen D6, good move. F4 is loose.
And he's going to take on F4.
So Queen E3 back. Now Rook's coming
Why
to E7.
I
Good
feel
maneuvering.
like a fork is going to be missed in this game.
3 seconds for both.
Queen C5 attacking the rook.
King H6.
Queen B8, Rook E1.
Rook E1.
Rook E1. Rook E1.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And another win.
Made me raise my voice.
And he's going to win. What is this, 4 straight now? Or is this 5 straight? No, this is...
No.
4 straight.
Is it 4? Yeah, it might be 4.
Yeah, it has been... Yes, this is the 4 straight. I mean, the king is stalemated. Don't make a queen.
No. Now it makes the queen
makes
delivers checkmate.
Indeed. And with 2.5 left in the match on the clock, probably time for 1 or 2 more games. Hey, it's going to look pretty close, especially if Muhammad wins 2 more.
That's true. 16-13, a very respectable score. And as you mentioned with the prize fund, it will definitely give him a happier end to this day versus what could have been. And well, speaking of what could have been, that last game of the 5+1, we'll have to ask Arjun the interview about that because that felt like the huge turning point in the match.
And you mentioned Smarter Chess predictions always turning out to be correct, even though you know,
Oh
at the
my
start,
gosh.
they're turning out to be lopsided. And here we go with this again. We're going to have a tied bullet segment.
So if Muradli wins this, 16-12 is the final score that Smart Chess predicted, right?
Oh my God, really?
I think so.
Whew, that would be nuts.
That is just so lucky.
I know, because every single time the same thing happened, the conclusion of the segment was totally unlike the start of it.
Absurd. So the prediction was 16.5, 12.5, and that would require Muhammad to win this and them to make a draw. But the 4-point spread.
Well, watch that happen. I think he is going to win this.
So what's the material? It's even material. Watch out for HG5. That's why Queen G6 was played.
Maybe he won't. And Arjun could essentially stall this. No, sorry. I keep doing that. I'm like, I don't even know why I'm moving the mouse, but nah. I mean, if you can get his knight around to F5, maybe.
Hung B2 and then Hung C4. Oh, there's Rook B1 takes B7.
Ooh, but still, Rook F7 and okay, White's entire queen side is missing. C5.
You're not
next.
wrong. You're not wrong. King F2 maybe. Okay, goes back here.
Oh, and now the
Great
pieces are going to
move.
get skewered down the C file.
That was a fantastic move by Arjun.
If Rook F3, then G4. Okay.
Okay.
Don't go Rook F3.
No.
Rook F1.
That was good because now the rook is in a little bit loose on F5. So the rook can swing it to B1, knight D5 will be available if that knight moves from B6.
Well, with that being said, I mean, you know, Black could go D5. Rotate the juicers.
Rook B7. I was like, who's going to get checkmated first?
Right. Rook B7, knight D5.
King E2 right now?
King E2 and I guess Bishop. Oh, but he blundered G2 as well.
Oh, my bad.
And
set him
that
up for
is
that one.
basically game 91. That's another piece. Knight D5. Last chance, Rook B7. But Knight F4 comes in time.
And then Smarter Chess was proven incorrect because
Yes.
Arjun Erigaisi wins that final game despite his shaky position initially. He wins the match 17-11. And, well, for Arjun, the match was kind of locked up so early that the rest was just for show. And tomorrow he will have a showdown with Hans Niemann and Dinah. That's going to be exciting.
That's going to be wildly exciting. I mean, Hans has been so enterprising in his style and his opening choice. I keep wondering whether Hans will get punished for some of those opening choices, but so far, he has remained unscathed. He had the incredible match against Ivic, so anytime Hans Niemann plays a match, it is bound to be entertaining. I absolutely can't wait for tomorrow morning's match, but before that, of course, we will have Arjun on for an interview.
We certainly will. So we're going to get that set up. We'll bring Arjun on the show. We'll pick his brain, hear his thoughts about this match and what he anticipates for tomorrow. And so enjoy this brief break. I don't know what you're going to see, some kind of ads probably, unless you're subscribed, which is a good life decision. So we're going to head on out. We'll bring in Arjun into the call. This is the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. And this match has concluded, but the interview will commence shortly. And we are joined here by the winner of the match, Arjun Erigaisi. So congratulations, Arjun. And my first question is about that final game of the 5+1 time control. How pivotal was winning that game and taking the lead for your chances in the match?
Honestly, I thought I would be the favorite in bullet portion mostly, and I was happy even with a draw in that game, for instance. But I think he lost control pretty quickly when he allowed CB5 rook C2, and that kind of tilted him. And so his openings were not the best, but his resilience was really something.
Arjun, you probably know that your opponent made that big comeback in his previous match against Raunak Sadwani. Were you aware of that comeback, and was it your strategy going into the bullet to try to win the first couple of games just to end any hope that he might have had?
Yes, it was a great comeback against Raunak, and I just wanted to be safe overall. And even in the end, I kind of tilted and was slightly scared, but fortunately for me, the score difference was too much by that point.
And tomorrow, your opponent will be Hans Niemann, who you just played over the board in the Sigamon tournament. I know that game went in his favor. Does that motivate you at all, the fact that you lost that game and now you have a shot at revenge?
Yeah, so I have a 0-2 score against him in Classical, so I'm looking forward to get my revenge. Let's see.
Of course, Hans has played, as you probably know, all of these weird openings in his last couple of JSCC matches. He's mostly gotten away with it. Are you excited to try to punish some of Hans's opening antics tomorrow?
Yeah, it will be a very exciting match, and maybe I'll check something or just blitz out and freestyle. I think.
Yeah, and we'll let you go shortly, but I just have one final question for you on the topic of preparation. For the Olympiad coming up, you will be taking part, which everyone is really excited about. I believe that you get to work with Vishy Anand and Boris Gelfand. So could you tell us a little bit about what that experience is like working with such legends?
Yes, so currently we have a camp going on in Chennai, so where Gelfand is teaching us, and it's been great working with him. So his insights are very helpful, and in general, it's a great opportunity, not just for me, but for other Indian youngsters as well, to get to work with Anand, Gelfand, and players of that caliber.
Well, we wish you the best of luck in that camp. That sounds incredibly fun and instructive, and in the Olympiad, and in tomorrow's match against Hans Niemann. But Arjun, tough match tomorrow. We'll let you go rest. Congratulations on your win.
Congrats.
Thank you.
And there you had it. That was Arjun Erigaisi joining us after what was a pretty lopsided match. The final score 17-11, a 6-point spread. So Danya, he deserves his rest. He has another matchup tomorrow. He'll do a bit of preparation, and it's exciting to see that he'll face off against Hans Niemann.
I'm incredibly excited for tomorrow's match. I mean, it's going to be important for both of them to avoid tilt. I think, if I had to predict the course of the match, I would predict that there's going to be a lot of different swings. There might be a lot of mini runs. Both of these players run on momentum. When they're feeling it, they're capable of winning 3, 4, or more games in a row. And they're really universally good across all time controls, Robert. So it's impossible to predict who's going to win tomorrow. As you mentioned, there is a subplot in that Hans has defeated Arjun twice now in their over-the-board game. So Arjun, he will come prepared, and he will come with the desire to avenge Hans for his 2 classical wins. We'll see if he can make it happen.
I think he'll also be happy that the match time is 5 a.m. Pacific, because it's late in India right now, and start several hours earlier. And that's probably good news for Arjun. And it's awesome to hear about the training camp with Vishy, with Boris Gelfand. And even though Arjun undoubtedly exhausted from his matchup right now against Muradli, and you can tell, it's such a wonderful opportunity for him and the other players. And for certain they do not take it for granted.
They absolutely do not. And I mean, no better way to spend your downtime than to play a couple of JSCC matches. So We'll see. We'll see if those amateurs that he's been training with have rubbed off on him.
Well, I mean, be no better time for him to playing JSCC matches. No better time for me than commentate them alongside you. And I want to thank you, of course, as always, for your great insights, your just quick vision about what's happening in the games, and all of our fans who have been watching. We love that you love chess. So keep on watching chess, keep on supporting these players because they're fantastic, and the action continues tomorrow.
It does. The JSCC is so much fun. Every match, it's got its own unique signature. Today's match wasn't all that close, but that doesn't mean it wasn't entertaining. So I hope everyone enjoyed the games, and you will certainly not want to miss tomorrow's match between Hans and Arjun. It's going to be another barn burner.
It will for sure. Nihal Sarin awaits the winner of tomorrow's match, and that final will happen on Wednesday. But first, it will be Hans Niemann, it'll be Arjun Erigaisi tomorrow at the Junior Speeches Championship presented by SG. Until then, have a good one.
I'd classify trading as a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.